Hello everyone, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Talisman. I'm going to be playing a solo game tonight, getting some practice with it. Otherwise, we're also discussing the latest D&D news. So, you guys can go ahead and carry on. Basically, the, D&D, for those that are just joining us and such, D&D Wizards has come out with, or not come out, it's a leak as I recall, or as I understand it. Yes, it is a
leak. Basically, it sounds like they sent this document off to some of the game people, and then those people shared it to others, and then it got out.
The D&D world is very much on fire. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They are basically, it's going to affect the future of my channel, the future of other channels, and yeah, that's what we're discussing primarily. So, carry on with your discussion.
To answer your question, Sorokin, so long as Pokeroll does not use anything that's on the OGL, which I don't think it does either, yeah, it should be perfectly fine. But anyone who is a third-party creator for D&D, basically any content that you make at all can be taken by Wizards and then sold in their books, and they do not have to credit you, they do not have to give you money, they don't even have to tell you that they're doing it. And there's nothing you can do about that. And you cannot basically get that back. It is permanent, no matter what. It is irreversible under the terms of the OGL. You still own it, though. You still own it, but Wizards can do whatever the hell they want with it.
And that's always worked out great for any companies that ever try to pull that bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like I was saying on the Discord, this is literally the same company that tried to sell $1,000 proxies to people. And then they didn't understand why people got so upset. They literally on stream called us price sensitive.
Oh, I'm sorry if I can't afford $1,000 for whatever the hell they were trying to do.
You might want to explain those proxies. Yeah.
Okay, so here's what they were doing. So for Magic's 30th anniversary, Wizards decided to basically reprint alpha cards, but they were not legal in anything. They could not be used in any tournament, in any event, in anything. They could not be used in Commander. They were literal, basically proxies under what Wizards was calling them. They were official proxies. You could get 4 packs for $1,000. And they were all random. It's literally 4 random packs.
That you can't use anywhere other than just, I don't know, collectors?
Basically, yes. The thing is, though, the collectors were freaking pissed when this came out, because all the cards that are on Alpha basically are on the reserve list, which means the reserve list is a list that Wizards put out that they said, we are never going to reprint these cards. They will never be printed. We will never make functional reprints of these cards. They will never be done again. And now Wizards has basically said, like, yeah, they're not legal, but they're basically, they have a different back, basically. That's the only difference. But that's like Black Lotus, Time Walk, the Moxes.
Yes?
No, damn it. Oh,
What?
We are draining our resources. Oh no, speaking to myself. That's why I
So,
should be muted.
With all this, like, the collectors who Wizards told, hey, we are never going to reprint these cards. These are all reserve list cards. And now Wizards is going, here, pay us $1,000, you can have 4 packs of proxies of these cards.
Honestly, I'm kind of on both sides for this one because, granted, it's a very shitty thing for them to do, so fuck the company. But also, I'm kind of on the side of fuck the collectors because I do actually like to have a chance to get some of these cards at some point.
So, literally, everyone has said, if you sold, even if you sold these packs at like $10 or $20 a pack, even if they were proxies, but we could draft with it. We could like do drafts with it and all that. That would be freaking awesome. Like literally across the board, everyone said, even if they were just proxies and not playable, if we could just like do like if they were affordable, like $10 a pack, yeah, we'd do that. We would be okay with that. We would be willing to do that. It wouldn't be like great, but we're willing to accept that. To basically celebrate Magic's 30th anniversary, to be able to play limited in alpha again, that would be really cool. So it's like, yeah, that would be an interesting little thing to try. And people literally said they would go for it. But when you're charging $1,000, $250 a pack, no.
Hey there, Werny. How you doing?
Vibing.
Yeah.
It's the Wawa number.
We're kind of discussing this whole nonsense right now with D&D. Because this especially is going to impact the future of my channel. Like...
Yeah, what nonsense?
So, to sum it up, Wizards of the Coast is coming out with a new open gaming license for everything. And this is it's basically going to give them retroactive control over everybody's content that they've ever done. They are, like, right now, their fan content policy is great, but I know I've been dealing with somebody that's been like, this isn't going to change things for us, but it is. Like, they are directly targeting Critical Role right now.
Also another one. They're going after like 2 or 3 of the biggest ones.
Yeah, they're going after a few of the biggest ones. And I may be small, but I am growing. And I'm hitting that snowball effect here. And how long before I get targeted?
Yeah, damn.
So they're trying to take part of the income from like Critical Role and stuff, as well as say basically, yeah, that your whole Critical Role show there, yeah, we're gonna take that and we're gonna make a TV series out of it, and you're going to see nothing out of the profits of it, or they can turn it into a campaign path or whatever the hell they want to do with it. They could literally just
don't
take
have to tell you.
Yeah, they don't even have to tell them. We could just wake up one day with Netflix having the whole Critical Role series on there.
Just to add to this, a point that I just read in one of the YouTube threads.
1 second. I want to answer somebody here in chat. Casey,
No
Talisman is an old board game from 1983, I believe it was. It's been revised a few times. It's now on the 4th edition for it. It's made by Games Workshop, same people that did Warhammer. And it's a game I discovered a couple of days ago and have been really enjoying it.
You're welcome.
Hey Zen, do you mind if I post something in the chat of the official OGL, basically?
Go ahead.
Okay. Basically, this is from a lawyer who actually does specifically gaming copyright and intellectual property stuff. This is him talking about it. Okay.
Post it in the media sharing channel on the Discord.
Okay, I will. Cool.
I don't know who G-Dub is, Casey, but maybe
Games Workshop.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, Games Workshop did.
EW.
Okay.
Now to add to the point, if I may, something that one of the large streamers that's just finished their YouTube video on this has stated, if you are a Twitch streamer and you were streaming Dungeons and Dragons stuff, send a message to Hasbro stating why you will no longer be streaming their stuff and to enjoy their 100% of no revenue from you. Just to let them know. That's the only thing that'll get them to change. Is in the end is if those balance sheets start tilting the wrong way, sort of like Disney's are and other game companies.
But it's always been about the money. You change the money, you change the tune.
Lordy.
That's what we've been doing with Magic at the moment. Like, people have not been happy with the shit that they've been pulling.
Yeah,
Nice to
money
see you
speaks a
worried about-
language everyone can understand, so just hit them there. And... like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna do this shit. Just collective boycott.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Now,
easy. I
you
wasn't
can
enforcing
stream
I was buying
older
them anyway.
stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, if you wanted to stream, say, first edition D&D with your own homebrewed stuff, they can't do a thing to you. That's what some people are suggesting. Well, just get the stuff before OLG, which is almost the bulk of their library, and throw it up there and say, it's like, hey, look, this is first edition with furries. Oh, sucks to be you, Hasbro.
The thing is Wizards owns the copyright and stuff for first edition still, because they own Dungeons
but
and
they
Dragons.
Cannot, and the law has already stated, they cannot OLG back to the beginning. They cannot OLG back to first. They can cover
Okay.
fifth,
That's
sixth.
Wizards could send a cease and desist order though, because they are infringing on their copyright if they're making money off of it.
They've got no legal leg to stand on. You can't OLG backdate 30, 40 years and suddenly claw money off of people. The law doesn't allow you to do that. It's like me trying to trademark the word peppermint and then going after people 50 years ago, it demanding 50 years of back royalty.
Okay, I think I gotcha.
But yeah, they can't indie. It's another one of those. It's like if they CD everyone who's
Wait a
playing their
second.
older games, they might as well just close up shop now because then they have nothing.
My biggest issue with this OGL is the fact of the little clause that says, you own the new original content you create. You agree to give us a non-exclusive, perpetual, irreversible, worldwide, sub-licensable, royalty-free license to use that content for any purpose.
Love that language, eh?
Oh.
Also, under this, we can modify or terminate this agreement for any reason whatsoever, provided we give 30 days notice.
I was almost waiting for this in this universe and any other known para or other dimensional universe.
Because that's the official text from the directly from it is, yeah, you make the content, we can take it and use it however we want.
that $5 legal use to state, we're gonna steal your stuff.
Yeah. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Just say it in English. We're gonna steal your stuff.
Come on.
Because D&D is under revenized. It needs to be, it can make, yes, thank you, sorry. It is under monetized, and we think going further we can make more money with it.
Yes, one of the senior VPs for Hasbro stated that, and she's also admitted that, quote, she hates gamers and she's never played Magic. And now they've got this VP from Microsoft who's working for the company who, stated that you're under monetizing this system. Here's what you need to do. You got to DLC everything. You got to charge them if they roll dice. You have to beat them up if they use the word dragon.
And people are just like, hey, no, screw you guys.
Yep. I mean, even back in the day, Dungeons & Dragons had a competitor called Tunnels and Trolls. They specifically called themselves that to give the big finger to Dungeons & Dragons. Oh, what are we going to call ourselves? Can't use Dungeon, can't use Dragon. Tunnels and Trolls. And they trolled them hard.
I do like how Paizo actually, back in around 3.0, 3.5, for around 4 or 5 years, Paizo was beating, I think it was like 2004 to 2009. Paizo was doing better than D&D was.
Yep.
Because I know Paizo is ready to basically, if people start jumping ship, it's like, hey, come on over to us.
Good match, everyone. Good match.
We're basically D&D, but better.
Yeah. I still remember, and this wasn't that long ago, so some of you may have seen the book or heard the book, the No book that they released at Gen Con that had sex in D&D and other topics.
Yep.
We've got a Xerox copy of that stapled down in the basement, and oh wow. If you ever get a chance to read it once, bleach your eyeballs, never refer to it again.
Yeah, I don't know, like, this just makes it so, like, hey, there's a streamer that's doing really well. We're just going to take all their adventures that they're doing, and we're going to turn that into an actual, like, adventure path for us.
We're gonna make money off of it. Really?
T-shirts or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, they can take anything from anyone, and they can literally just go through anyone's streams, big or small, take whatever they want, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah. It's
Predatory?
very much so.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're okay with first, second, third. You're okay with anything D20-ish for next day.
I think 3rd edition does fall under the OGL, because 3rd edition is when the OGL was made. I know D&D 1 and 2 are good. Those are safe, but 3rd edition is when the OGL was made, because that's also what Pathfinder took from as well.
I have to look into that, because I remember Pathfinder was quote D&D 3.5, and then there was 3.75, and
That's fair. Let me actually go look real quick. Oop.
Why?
they're
Go
gonna
ahead.
get 100% of that.
The OGL was originally made for 3rd edition of D&D.
Actually, yes. This would apply to everything that has to do with D&D.
So that's why they mentioned other stuff under their quote OLG D20 license, such as
It's
Mutants and
OGL.
Masterminds.
And then
Jill.
get rid of that
My
one.
Apologies if I butcher your name. Attacks? Axe?
Actually,
Achi.
Achi. Okay, sorry. I didn't know how to say it. Yeah. For shows and movies, that would technically fall under copyright, so that would be content that is created. That would probably fall under the OGL. So yeah, Wizards could basically go, hey, this is ours now. We're going to distribute it. So it's like Wizards makes their own like streaming service. They could literally take your show and stream it and not have to pay you at all. You would do all the costs, all the stuff, and literally Wizards could just go, I'm streaming this on my site too. And you can't say no to them. And they can do whatever they want with it permanently. Basically as if they owned it too.
healing. Ah, okay, that's it. Oh! I got
Like,
punched.
Like, this OGL is just a freaking, like, joke. It's not even, like, according to this copyright lawyer, it's not even an actual OGL. It's basically an OGL in name only.
Oh, hey there. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not an OGL. It's just I say it's an OGL in name only because it's called the OGL 1.1.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
like, what are we gonna do like with the Wednesday game then? Because it's like people are also saying that this is gonna actually come out soon. But we don't know the exact date. But this document was actually supposed to come out yesterday or today before it got pushed back, it seems.
What was that, Rygon?
What's up?
I thought I heard you
Can't
say
say anything.
something. Oh,
No, I didn't say anything.
okay.
No, you heard my grandfather in the background.
Oh! Hi, Toshime.
And death.
No, I'm just listening to you guys do your thing.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm just lying down for a second before I get up and do some work.
Bye. Yeah, we're gonna go and not take the kill on that.
Also,
Oh.
by the way, Wizards actually said when people were asking them about this that people could just use the old open game license as well if they didn't agree with the new one.
Wait, Wizard said that?
I have to go back and find it.
Oh.
But they basically gave a Q&A of stuff because people had all these questions about this when they announced that they were changing the OGA or the OGL. And one of the things said, it's like, this is not going to get rid of the old one. If people are not happy, they can continue following under the old one. And now it's like, nope, we're not. Yeah.
Oh, you got off Sorry, one sec. You got off a call with Asher? He's not doing well and is just spiraling. Alright. Yeah, please let me know. And, so what Kerr is talking about is that was before this 1.1.
Yeah,
At
that
least
was
as,
before this.
Yeah.
This came out like 3 or 4 months ago that they did all this Q&A when they first announced that they were doing a new OGL. I just remember seeing it and kind of looking through it, but I didn't pay that much attention. I just remember that stuck out to me. Because people were not happy with that announcement. And this was basically their way of trying to go, hey, it's not a big deal. But yeah, apparently though, the new OGL is over 9,000 words long, while the original one is just under 900 words.
I'll give it to Warrior.
They're just killing him. They are 100% killing D&D.
Yeah. It kind of sucks. Joke. I kind of like D&D. And it's a nice tabletop roleplay game that I can play as dragons with and, you know, be friends with dragons. Do a lot of things with friends.
It's the CEO.
According to Wizards, the OGL wasn't intended to fund major competitors, and it wasn't intended to allow people to make D&D apps, videos, or anything other than printed or printable materials for use while gaming. We are updating the OGL in part to make that very clear.
Ugh.
So, they weren't wanting it to get as big as it is now, being streamed and such?
They want the money.
They weren't wanting their competitors. You know, Critical Role, us, Paizo. They weren't wanting us all to get big and make tons of money off of D&D. That's what they're saying. Like right now,
Okay.
I am. I don't think I'm going to face anything from this for a long while. But this is also kind of like a sword of Damocles hovering over my head. If I do get to the size of, say, Critical Role at some point, they could come in and be like, okay, so retroactively we're changing all of this, and now you owe us a whole bunch of money.
Mm-hmm.
And even if this, like I've said before, even if this doesn't go through, there is still the fact that they've tried this once, and if they do come out with something different that is good, who's to say they're not going to try it again?
Yeah, people are already saying that they're jumping ship right now. Yeah, many are saying that they're going to jump to Pathfinder instead.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I'm curious to see what Critical Role has to say about this.
They're one of the ones, from what I've heard, are saying they're just going to jump over to Pathfinder. They started with Pathfinder, then switched to D&D when 5e came out, from as I understand the situation. And
oh, sorry, go ahead.
And now they're switching, and now they're going to switch back.
Honestly, like, looking through this right now, it looks like it's probably not Wizards of the Coast directly. This looks like it's a Hasbro thing. This is Hasbro pushing them to do it.
Yes, CEO.
Yeah. So it's like,
I wouldn't be surprised.
Wizards of the Coast is basically just like doesn't have a choice in the matter, and Hasbro's basically going, yeah, we own you, so you're gonna do this. We need to pay our shareholders.
It's the same CEO of Magic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, literally, I'm looking through all these Twitter posts right now. Everyone's sharing other game systems to do. Live footage of Wizards of the Coast updating the OGL. I am altering the deal. Pray I do not alter it any further. Yeah, so also, it doesn't matter if you are a content creator for D&D. Even if you don't make anything or not that much, you still have to basically inform Wizards of what money you do make.
Whoa, lag spike. Ow.
Oh,
hello there.
like the only two companies that made Hasbro any money basically was Magic and I think My Little Pony.
Yes, guys, remember, My Little Pony is made by Hasbro. Thank you. And you're gonna take more damage now. Suffer. Thank you. Have a nice day. Oh. Ow! Astrologian stuff.
Yeah, Critical Role, Dimension 20 are two of the big ones.
Ah, yes, that's the one.
Oh.
Oh yeah, Dungeons and Dragons is in Stranger Things. So does Stranger Things now have to pay royalties?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Bye, Astrologian. You're gonna perish tonight. Make sure of it. Oh.
Like, how does that work? Yeah, the new D&D movie that's coming out.
Oh.
Like, how does this stuff work with the new OGL?
Good question. Who originally owns Legend of Vox Machina? I know it's to be a series now, but
that was owned by that is owned by Critical Role.
Critical Role paid for it. Lovely. It's a die now. You get to die now. Goodbye. Nope. I just wasted that.
Well, they would still own it, but Wizards can do whatever they want with it because they also gain a basically a contract to do whatever they want with it too.
They have their own license for it.
Yep, under the OGL 1.1, if it fell under it. Not saying it does. If it did. Like, that's the thing, is like, we don't know what they would try to apply the OGL to.
No.
Based on this, they're basically saying, like, anything that is not basically a PDF, they can try to make a jump on.
They are marketing it with the D&D as D&D. So yes, they still have control.
Hi, Zephyr. How's it going?
Even if it's not like the creatures, like a lot of the classes fall under the OGL. The magic items fall under the OGL. Races fall under the OGL. Like, use enough of that and Wizards can say, yeah, this falls under the OGL and this falls under this for us. We can say you are infringing on our copyright. But that's not to say, like, maybe they already made a thing with Wizards, though, beforehand. We don't know. Like, but Wizards could, under the new OGL, go, hey, under this term, we are able to legally, basically, let's use Vox Machina as an example. If it, say, fell under it, if Vox Machina fell under the OGL 1.1, Wizards could then basically say, we're going to take all the episodes of the show that you made, you're going to give them to us, and then we're going to make a channel or a streaming service where we're just going to stream all these episodes for free, or for like $2. And it's like, you can do whatever you want with your show still, but we get to do it on our show too. We don't have to pay anything. But again, the OGL gives them a sub-license automatically, no matter what, that cannot be taken away. And they're trying to say that this is retroactive as well with this. So any content made is retroactively basically belonging to Wizards, and they can do whatever they want with it. If you made new classes, they can take those classes without telling you and then sell them in a book. If you made an adventure path, they can take that and then sell it. Anything and everything falls under it for 5th edition. Every third-party content creator falls under this for 3rd edition. Yeah, no, like 1.0 says that. But 1.1 says that 1.0 is no longer legal or valid. So that's where people are basically arguing. It's like 1.0 says that all future content is protected. Like, it says that specifically in there. But 1.1 says 1.0 has no bearing anymore. It is completely irrelevant, and it is basically never exists anymore. Yeah, no one likes it. No one likes it. It's like Critical Role. All the money Critical Role makes off of like merchandise and stuff, Wizards can then take all the stuff like shirts, items, books, ideas. They could literally take all of Critical Role's campaign and literally just turn it into an adventure module and then sell it without telling Critical Role or having to pay them anything. All of this they can do for free. They do not have to pay anything. Yeah, that's going to be something that the courts are going to have to decide. Looking at this from the lawyer's perspective, he basically said if you sign up for the 1.1, if you agree to it, you are directly bound to it then, unless it is found to be like completely invalid. But according to him, it's like, it's kind of really shitty. but technically nothing in this is like illegal under the law. Like, there is nothing here directly that is illegal or basically could not be enforced. Which is really, really sad, honestly.
Yeah, Jits, it's gonna be a point of conflict in court. But it's still something that we don't know what the result is gonna be. It doesn't sound legal to us, but we don't know how it's going to turn out.
Wolfbab, it says specifically, so the OGL is also covered by, there's another one for like fan stuff, which is what we technically fall under as well. Any donations are safe to go to us. So donations are okay, but if we tried to like do anything, like if we tried to make like a t-shirt based on one of our games, that would be considered to fall under the OGL, and we would have to pay Wizards if we made a certain amount of money from it. We would have to at least report to them that, hey, we're making shirts based on D&D, and we have to tell you. Like, that's literally what it comes down to. If we would make anything based on any D&D game or content or anything that falls under their stuff, we have to tell them. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure Wizards gonna have to release a statement here. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts. Wizards is going to have to actually release a statement, or let people know about this. Like, this is the levels of issue they're having right now based on this is very, very large. They have to at least say like, hey, yes or no kind of thing.
Yeah, Ryusho. I'm just happy that somebody decided to share it anyways.
Yeah, no, 2 weeks ago, Wizards of the Coast put out something. Basically, this is what they said in an email to content creators and stuff. The OGL is not going away. You will still be able to create new D&D content, publish it anywhere, and game with your friends and followers in all the ways that make this game community so great. The thousands of creators publishing across Kickstarter, DM's Guild, and more are a critical part of the D&D experience, and we will continue to support and encourage them to do that through One D&D and beyond.
So in other words, a whole lot of bullshit.
Yeah, it's coming back just with a few edits and adjustments. Really addresses most of the concerns that third-party creators have voiced is what they've said. They said, essentially, very little will be changing.
Sirio, do keep in mind that the laws in other countries are different from what they are here in the US. Like, here, if you throw enough money, you can absolutely pull off so much bullshit. Well then go ahead and enjoy it, Mina.
Oh, Also, anyone who does create anything, they have to put an official OGL badge on their products. Also, miniatures, novels, and NFTs are no longer allowed. So you cannot make any miniatures yourself for D&D. That is considered to be illegal.
Which, of course, means Hero Forge is going to be coming under the axe for that.
Yep, you can't write novels or stories for it. That is considered illegal.
They can do fantasy to get around.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, back.
Welcome back.
I'm
Question?
just like, this whole OGL crap is just like, oh my god.
What's your question, RZ?
Please do not tell me that they're trying to make money off of the D&D miniatures.
Oh yeah, they sell it all the time. Yeah, no, Syria, they literally state in this email that miniatures for D&D, if you try to make like a third-party thing for it, that is considered illegal and it breaks the OGL. Like, you cannot do that. That is infringing on their copyrights, is what they are saying.
No. Alright, I have a suggestion. Can we move off from a different topic? All I get from this is rage and the exact same thing that D&D is probably just gonna die now.
Hasbro, the reason why they're doing this stuff is because Hasbro had lower sales than normal.
Mm-hmm.
So they brought in the new CEO.
Also, their stock took a big nosedive because Bank of America said, yeah, Wizards is killing the golden goose for Magic, which is their big money maker. They're overselling, basically.
Okay, I'm going to restart this game.
Oh.
Because I know when I go into terribly. I know when I go into my LGS, they do actually sell miniatures for Dungeons and Dragons, like official miniatures.
Can I not get stunned by the warrior? Painful you are. No, no.
Nice, Ryu show. Yeah, Artie, it is really depressing. Like, I understand this is kind of filling a lot of people with, you know, rage and such, and this is important stuff to figure out, though, for the channel. Like this directly impacts my future as a content creator.
And not just that, but hundreds, thousands of people out there. Probably tens of thousands.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people. Third-party stuff.
A lot of people are absolutely being impacted by this, but I just say for me, this is kind of why we are discussing this here on the channel right now, is because it is very much relevant to my channel.
Like, I'll just use a little example. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt there.
It's I think I'm pretty good, but it's just kind of one of those things that we need to figure out. I gotta figure out what options I have, because as of right now, the only option I'm seeing is Ascent to Ascend and Guild Tales need to change.
Because we run 5e games.
Yeah.
And I know we didn't get super far. We made like book 2, but I've run Pathfinder games. We have the Pathfinder game on Saturdays, or we did before Jaffer got sick. Like, does that affect it somehow because of the way the OGL changes?
And what does Taldarius say?
I haven't heard from him yet. But regardless of what he says, it's either going to be I know Taldarius has more experience with Pathfinder, so I'm not so worried about Ascent to Ascend, at least from the DM side. I am worried about Timber and Tanya, because they struggle with new systems. And Timber insists that he cannot build Timber the way he is with Pathfinder, but even
Like,
then, can we even move to Pathfinder?
I do agree with you, Gab. I'm kind of getting done with the conversation myself.
Alright, we'll go ahead and stop it for tonight.
I say, let's just sleep on it. Nothing's going to happen tomorrow. Nothing's going to happen tonight, rather. I'm sure people smarter than all of us here in terms of the legalities will tell us what is or what is going to be or what is not going to be applicable. And once we have this, sorted out on that sense, then we can start making our decisions. Worst comes to worst, we swap systems. Best comes to best, we keep things as they are. But for right now, there's just simply too much up in the air for us to truly make any actual educated decisions at this point.
Wasn't fast enough.
No, thank you for the pets, Achi.
Right,
also, I want to make the joke, Zim, give me 10 minutes. I'm pretty sure I could make Timber in Pathfinder.
No, right?
Literally, if you wanted to ask me, I will take the time and I will port every single character from Ascent to Ascend over to Pathfinder, and I will make them exactly the way the person wants them to do.
Good night, Asher.
Do not
Big
doubt
hugs
my
to all of
ability of
you.
character creation.
Yes, but the question is, will Timber be able to find the path?
In other news, I got a work in progress for one of the Pokemon TF cards.
That's cute.
Oh.
I decided to go with Lucario for the third
Stay
one.
on it. Come on.
I hug you both as well,
Good.
Leaf and Bjorn. I hope you both are doing okay, and I hope Asher does okay in the coming days.
Same here.
For me, I'm feeling a little bit better, which kind of sucks in some ways, but it doesn't suck in others.
How does it suck at all if you're feeling better?
Just then I have to go to work.
Oh.
I'll kind to put it this way. Literally, you name anything, and I can probably make it in Pathfinder given enough time. I will find a way.
That was wonderful. I love
That's
it.
my understanding, Leaf and Bjorn. That's why I say I hope things improve. But if they don't, then, obviously you've got our support here.
Reminder to everyone, not just my channel, chat. Stretch, please. Please stretch. Please.
I just planked. I'm good.
How's your game going, Sim?
I decided to restart. I am not liking my choices for this. So I think I'm gonna restart again.
Jiggly, jiggly, jiggly.
Okay.
Mute.
I am liking...
Gib, yes, I can make a feral griffin. A cute as fuck feral griffin, as you put it. Yes,
I mean,
can.
I'm sure there are some materials out there that allow you to go into the naughty side of things in Pathfinder.
Well,
Hence
no,
the cute as fuck.
there are rules
God
in
damn
Pathfinder
it.
that you can make your own races and such as well.
Really, Rygon? Really?
I can make races and I can make weapons. So it's not too hard to do that.
What weapons do you have?
I'm going to get some water, and then I'm going to start doing a little bit of writing.
Face
Or,
ground.
I suppose we could always continue with story time.
Story time?
Oh, I would love
that's up
some
to
story
everybody.
time.
Story time, story time, story time.
I'll have to have some good incentive to do that one, though. So I'll be back with some water.
So, for those that aren't aware, Rygon last night was reading a Warhammer 40k story, and it was very enjoyable. So, I would love that.
Yeah, no problem. That would be easy. That would not be hard at all, Wolf Mage.
Yeah, the nice thing about Pathfinder is it's got all of these rules for how to make custom anything. You want a custom weapon? Here's the rules on how to do that. Want a custom race? Here's the rules for doing that. It's something I really appreciate about it. And they're pretty thorough rules. They don't have everything, but you've got the foundation to build off of. It's something
You
that
might
I
have
want
to... You might have to refluff a few things, maybe, but for the most part, just about everything can be done.
Yeah.
It's just basically the only like really hard part to do is going to be sort of like knowing what you're doing at first. Like once you've done it enough, it's no problem. But for someone looking at things the first time, magic in Pathfinder is... So I am going to go on a whole sort of spiel if I start on this, I just realized. But so in the world of Pathfinder...
One sec, sorry. One of the AI did not go for the martyr? I'm sorry, but I have seen the martyr multiple times, and it just spirals out of freaking control.
What's going on?
The martyr on Talisman, it keeps spiraling out of control, and they keep taking it. The AI, and I just see them, they just go so far out there. Anyways.
In like a good way?
They get super powerful, and they tend to try to attack us, and even when attacking me, they sacrifice a life and beat me.
So, Jits, to answer your sort of question there about like magic and Pathfinder, you don't usually see it as a player because you're playing a PC. You're playing one of the people who has an actual class level. In the actual like lore and world in the book of Pathfinder, Galarian, basically less than 10% of the actual population of Galarian has a single class level in any of the actual classes in the game. Rogue, cleric, sorcerer, wizard, things like that. So one in like every 10 people might have a class level, if at best, for the entire population. And even then, going further than level 3, max level 5, only around like 5 to 10% of those people actually reach 3rd to 5th level. Like in a normal village or town, for the most part, like your average city or town, the strongest cleric in that village would be level 3. Like, and they are considered to be like the elder of that town. Like, they are the high priest of that town. Maybe you might find someone who is level 5. But otherwise, usually it's level 1 through 5, and you're not going to usually find anyone higher than that. Magic is extremely rare. most people are only going to have the NPC classes, not the player character classes. It's instead of being a fighter, you would be a warrior, which is the NPC version of a fighter, which is much weaker. But magic in Pathfinder is rare. It is extremely, like, even just like something that, like, as a player, like a potion of cure light wounds for a player, not that expensive. Like, you can just buy like 15 of those after your first little dungeon run and never think about it again. No problem. For a normal townsperson, that is like the cost of a potion is probably going to be the cost. One second, hang on. Potion of cure light wounds. A potion of cure light wounds in Pathfinder is going to cost you around 50 gold pieces. In the money system for Pathfinder, 50 GP, that does not sound like a lot of money to us. For a normal person, you are lucky to make 1 or 2 gold pieces. For the people who actually like work really good jobs, 1 or 2 gold pieces either a week or a month. So your average income a month might be around between 2 to 10 gold pieces a month. That's how much you make. And for actually a lot of people, that's a lot of money. Like 10 gold pieces, that's like $10,000 in our money. Yeah, sorry. That's like $1,000 if you get like 10 gold pieces.
So, Rygon.
Yes.
To change the topic a bit here, what kind of incentive are you wanting for story time?
I have no idea.
How about a really big hug and a piece?
I don't know. I'm sick. I wouldn't want to get you sick.
Virtual hug then.
Worthless. Absolutely worthless. What can I do with a virtual hug?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
I'll take it though.
Okay.
Yeah. The cost of an in-room karma is like 1 copper piece. Is what just like staying in an inn would normally cost as a single copper.
Apparently I've been put in jail. I am now been told by the judge I have to stay silent for the next 10 minutes.
No. The judge has said that you are being put in prison until you read.
I just fell over flat.
Wasn't satisfied with the biddies today, needs more. It's just not enough. But
Karma,
no, I mean, donations are fine and all, but it's just like, I don't know. Just tell me you like the stories and you want me to keep reading, I guess?
I do love the stories. And I want you to keep reading.
Wing.
Pathfinder does have psychic powers in it, so you could make a psychic barbarian. There's actually a class that's very similar to that already in there.
Yeah, there are so many things in Pathfinder.
Karma, to answer your question real quick, 1 copper gets you a place on the floor. 1 silver piece gets you a room and a meal. 1 gold piece basically gets you the suites, like the best room in the entire inn for like a gold piece usually. Like,
and then
that's
a
the
platinum
VIP
buys you the inn.
Maybe not that much, but like if you paid a platinum piece, like you're getting like 5-star service. You're gonna have like a literal person walking around with you, getting you whatever you want. Like you are not going to be disturbed. Like you are going to get like a king treatment, a noble treatment.
Yep. You, even in the bathroom, you'll have your own personal butler right there with a little towel hung on this little arm for you to wipe your hands with.
That's one of the things, like, for me personally, since I do run games in Pathfinder, I really enjoy, like, getting into the actual world of Pathfinder and just the sheer fact of like a lot of the stuff like the players do or deal with and such, you don't see like the average person ever, and a lot of players usually get like a strange idea. I know I've seen DMs that charge like 10 or 20 or 50 gold pieces to stand it in, and it's like no place would charge that much unless they literally cater to nothing but like the nobility.
Well, sure, add adventuring parties. Oh shit, bunch of rich people just came into town. Everybody, up your prices.
Fair, but you don't usually want to make the adventurers mad. They are usually going to be stronger than the city guardsmen.
That's true, but you do want to make them poor. That way they start doing stuff.
It's like the meme video where somebody goes running through town. The adventurers are coming! The adventurers are coming! And everybody just starts adding a bunch of zeros onto the sign prices.
Lyndon, to answer your question there, first edition doesn't really deal too much with that. You'd be fine.
Wait, what did Lyndon ask?
Barbarians can't use like concentration abilities, and psionics don't use that in first edition.
Oh, sorry, Zim. No noble animals.
They're just
Actually, the noble animals were originally designed for Pathfinder.
Water.
Though I will say I will probably go the route of just making my own race in that. Using the race builder.
Go for it.
The Noble Animals book that I have was a third-party thing made specifically for Pathfinder.
Actually, no, the psionics do exist, Alkine. They are, I don't consider them third-party because they're made by Paizo. It's just a different group of Paizo that does it, but it's literally the same developers who did it. But they made a thing for psionics. They have like 6 different psionic classes that you can do.
Gab, your pack has been sent. Good luck getting what you want.
Yeah. I know. I will do a reading if I'm allowed to put a tip thing in.
A tip thing?
Yes. I'll put my little donation goal up in the corner, and it will be like $5.
I want $5. That's it.
But it's not something that has to be met for me to read. It's just something that's like, oh, cool, neat. People like it. People tip. I will do that.
Yeah, the Soul Knives and the Aegis are 2 of my favorite classes in Pathfinder 1E.
I mean, I got to pay off that medical debt somehow. Getting a $554 bill for a blood test is a little expensive.
Oh, jeez, yeah.
Hey, what are you doing there?
I literally eat, breathe, and do everything in 1E Pathfinder, so it's like I can literally make a character without even looking at the book at this point.
No! I can't say that joke.
Row.
Curse you.
What joke?
I can't say it because it's too adult.
I mean, my channel's 18 plus.
I don't know. Do you all want me to say it? You really want me to say it?
How bad is it?
It's a penis joke.
DM it to me first.
No,
You got me.
either I ow. I have been hit with a giant ball. Nope, too late. It either comes out or it doesn't.
Bye. Have a nice day. Bye. I think we're
Is that
dying.
the joke?
Okay,
Zim,
and
is that the joke?
You said first edition D&D, right?
Or what?
Hey, poison.
Oh shit! Now I'm getting donations. So you said you do everything in first edition D&D, right?
First edition Pathfinder.
First edition Path. Oh damn! Well, now the joke's ruined. I was gonna say because I thought I heard first edition D&D, and it's like, oh well, if it's first edition D&D, then that must be why they call your junk the wizard, because it always dies so quickly.
Oh God.
Boop.
That was bad.
I told you it was bad.
Also, Toshima, I love this comic. It makes me chuckle so much.
I like how Lyndon is just like, say it, and then ...
Well, I find it funny. You guys forget I'm streaming too high.
Okay, I didn't see penis.
Why do I feel like I'm the obnoxious little kid who's just in the corner saying like, "Hi, I'm here too."
No, you can operate my cell phone.
Wasn't that what you wanted to do? Isn't that your whole thing?
Anyway, thank you, Zorark, so much for the 200 biddies. I really do appreciate it. And Gib, you have tipped $5. I think that's all the encouragement I need. We'll do some reading tonight.
All right. Kerr, you should definitely stick around for it. It's great.
So let me go ahead and see if I can't go dig the book out.
Fine. Drill.
Pathfinder is D&D 3.5.
Wait a second.
Just a little bit better and improved with some of the rules.
I will say, if anyone's going to be talking,
management.
Get your talking out like now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alright, fine. How about this? I will mute myself, okay?
Okay. Down. Zorark.
Growl.
Why another giant ball?
Duke. Well, that plan just backfired on me. The Valkyrie died, and then they got the martyr.
Yeah, I'll probably hop off. Make sure I don't speak up. I can
Growl.
be stupid sometimes with that.
No, listen.
Well, I always have points where, like at the end of the chapter, which are only like 3 or 4 pages each, where people can talk.
Yeah.
This is mostly just so we don't have an interruption right in the middle of the reading, because it does require a bit of concentration on my part, and well, it is a reading.
Oh yeah.
Let me see. I have cookbooks.
I just apologize that I'm not one to sit still and be quiet during all this. I'm very expressive.
And Zim, Taldarius replied in assent.
Alright, give me a moment, everybody. I need to go, check that.
Okay.
I think it's a good idea. Just be muted while the reading's going, then unmute the chapters to come. That's what I'm doing. So if you want to hear my ranting, just be on my stream. If you want to hear Zim's ranting, be on Zim's stream. If you just want to hear
Oh, I
stories, be
just
on
stay
Rycon's
quiet. I just stay quiet because I want to listen to it too.
Oh, thank you again, Zorark, for the 100 biddies. And Gab, you say you might be poor enough that you can barely pay attention, but heck it, you have it to spare. I appreciate it. I really do. Like I say continuously, all of your guys' support are the reason why I stream, and it's the reason why this channel continues to stick around. I'm glad that you all enjoy even something as simple as me reading a book. And, you know, let's get to it. I really want to read now. Let's do it. All right. Let's go ahead and do some vocal warm-ups, and then we shall get started with Chapter 5. To sit in solemn silence in a dull, dark dock in a pestilential prison with a lifelong lock, awaiting the sensation of a short, sharp shock from a cheap and chippy chopper on a big black block. Amidst the mists and fiercest frost, with bare his wrists and stout his boast, he thrusts his fists against the post, and still insists he sees the ghost. She is a thistle shifter, and she has a sieve of shifted thistles, and a sieve of unsifted thistles, and a sieve of unsifted thistles. She sees into the sieve of sifted thistles, because she is a thistle shifter. And the good old classic, Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Were the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? A tutor who tutored the flute tried to tutor two tutors to toot. She said that to the tutor, is it easier to toot or to tutor two tutors to toot? Oh, geez. All right, and last one. Bobby Bibbit bought a bat. Bobby Bibbit bought a ball. With the bat, Bob bang the ball against the wall. All right. Let us begin on to Chapter 5. Does anyone have anything else that they would like to say before I start?
No, I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Duke.
Do re mi.
Usurada!
Did you want any background noise on your things in?
I actually think the Talisman music is good for that.
Okay, I'm going to put some background music on mine. Chapter 5. 23:12 hours, Imperial Standard Time. Revised Real Space Close Planetary Approximation. Evasive maneuvers. Falling in the taste of vomit. Landfall, death, and grim realization. The calamity of Sergeant Ferris. No man's land and the eagle in the distance. Welcome to Proshorok. Bearing 18 degrees 15 minutes, the navigation servitor's voice croaked, the parchment-thin tones of its voice barely audible in the lander's crew compartment over the roar of engines. Recommended course correction of minus 03 degrees 08 minutes for optimal atmospheric entry. All other systems reading normal. Check, said the pilot, automatically pushing his control stick forward to make the adjustment. New bearing 15 degrees 07 minutes. Confirm course correction. Course correction confirmed, the servitor said. Got him backwards. Its yellowing, sightless eyes rolling back in their sockets as it rechecked its calculations. Atmospheric entry in T-minus 5 seconds. 2. 1. Atmospheric entry achieved. All systems reading normal. Ah, look at that glows, Dren, Zil the co-pilot said, his eyes lifting from his instruments for a fraction of a second to look out the view portal at the nose of the lander as it was surrounded by a nimbus of bright red fire. No matter how many planetary drops we do, I never get used to it. It's like riding in a ball of flame. It makes you thank the Emperor for whoever first made heat shields. Heat shields reading normal, said the servitor, gears whirring inside it as it mistook the comment for a question. Exterior temperature within permitted operational thresholds. All systems reading normal. That's because you've only got a dozen drops behind you, the pilot said. Trust me, by the time you've done another dozen, you won't even notice it. How's the signal from the landing beacon? I don't want to miss the drop point. Beacon signal reading strong and clear, Zil replied. No air traffic, friendly or hostile. Looks like we got the sky to ourselves. Wait! The Auspex is reading some... Warning! Warning! The servitor interrupted, the whirring of its mechanisms reaching an abrupt crescendo as it burst into life. Oh. Well, thank you so much for the donation, Toshime. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Reaching an abrupt crescendo as it burst into life.
Sorry.
Registering. Oh, you're okay. Registering hostile missile launch from the ground-based battery. Recommend evasive maneuvers. Missile trajectory 87 degrees 03 minutes. Airspeed 600 knots. Warning. Registering second missile launch. Missile trajectory. Evasive maneuvers confirmed, the pilot said, pressing his control stick forward as he pushed the lander into a dive. Servitor! Malay hostile trajectories and airspeeds until further orders. Zil, deploy chaff. Chaff activated. Instruments reading chaff successfully deployed, Zil said, his voice growing suddenly hoarse as he looked at one of the screens before him. Wait, the chaff! It's not done any good. It says though. Oh, God. Holy Emperor! None of the hostile missiles have guidance systems! What do you mean? The pilot asked as he saw Zil's face go pale. If that's the case, we have nothing to worry about. If they're firing blind there's not one chance in 1,000 of them being able to hit us. But that's exactly it, said Zil, his voice frantic. I'm reading 1,000 hostile missiles as airborne already. 100 more are being launched every second. Holy throat, we're flying into the biggest shitstorm I've ever seen. Emergency evasion procedures, the pilot said, barking out orders as he pushed the lander forward into an even steeper dive, while from outside they could hear the first of the missiles exploding. Servitor, override standard flaps and navigation safety protocols. I want full control. Mind you're strapped in, Zil. We're gonna have to go in hard and heavy. Looks like this is going to be a close one. Falling. They were falling, with nothing to slow or stop them, like a comet, falling headlong from the stars. In the lander's troop compartment, slammed back in the seat by the force of acceleration, it felt to Larn as though his stomach was trying to push its way up from his throat. Around him he could hear men screaming, the sound all but drowned out by the dull thud of explosions from outside the lander. He heard cries for pity and muttered oaths. All the while the skin being pulled so tight across his face he was sure it was about to be ripped free from his bones. Then, sounding much louder than any noise he had ever known before, there came the boom of another explosion, and with it, the gut-wrenching sound of tearing metal. With those sounds, he found himself forced back against the seat with an even greater force as the fall began in earnest. We've been hit, he thought, overcome with sudden panic while the world began to spin crazily around him as the lander turned over and over on its axis out of control. We've been hit. The thought crowded his mind and held him at its mercy. We've been hit. Holy Emperor, we're in free fall. He felt himself struck in the face by a warm and semi-solid liquid, the acrid smell and taste of the droplets dribbling past his lips telling him it was vomit. Half mad with desperation, he found himself wondering incongruously whether it was from his own stomach or someone else's. Then another thought forced its way fearfully into his mind, and he no longer cared who the vomit belonged to. A thought more terrible than any he had ever considered in his 17 years of life to date. We are falling from the sky, he thought. We are falling from the sky and we're going to die. He felt the gorge rise in a tide of sickly acids, the half-digested remnants of his last meal spewing uncontrollably from his mouth to soak some other unfortunate elsewhere in the lander. Certain he was on the brink of oblivion, he tried to replay the events of his life in his mind. He tried to remember his family, the farm, his homeworld. He tried to think of fields of flowing wheat, magnificent sunsets, the sound of his father's voice. Anything to blot out the terrifying reality around him. It was hopeless, though, and he realized the last moments of his life would be spent with the following sensations. The taste of vomit, the sound of men going screaming to their deaths, the feeling of his own heart beating wildly in his chest. These were the things he would take with him to death. The last sensations he would ever know. Just as he began to wonder at the unfairness of it all, the world stopped spinning as, with a bone-jarring impact and a terrible screech like the death knell of some mortally wounded beast, the lander finally hit the ground. For a moment, there was silence, while the interior of the lander was plunged into total darkness. Next, Larn heard the sound of coughing and quiet prayers as the men in the lander drew a collective breath to find, despite some initial misgivings, they were very much alive. Abruptly, darkness gave way to a dim, shadowy light in the activation of the lander's emergency illumination system. Then, he heard a familiar strident voice begin to bark out orders as Sergeant Ferris sought to re-establish control of his troops. "Fall in!" the sergeant shouted. Fall in and prepare to disembark! Get off your asses, damn you, and start acting like soldiers! We've got a war to fight, you lazy bastards! Releasing his seat restraints, Larn staggered unsteadily to his feet, his hands warily prodding his body as he checked to see whether any of his bones were broken. To his relief, it seemed he had survived the landing little the worse for wear. His shoulders were sore, and he had the painful beginnings of a bruise where the clasp of one of the seat straps had bitten into his flesh. Other than that, he had escaped what had seemed like certain death remarkably unscathed. Then, just as he began to congratulate himself on surviving his first drop, Larn turned to retrieve his las gun, and saw that the man sitting next to him had not been so lucky. It was Jinx, head lolling sideways at a sickening angle, eyes staring blankly from a lifeless and slack-jawed face. Jinx sat in his seat dead and unmoving, staring at his friend's body in numb disbelief. Lar noticed a thin stream of blood trickling from Jinx's mouth to stain his chin. Then, spotting a small bloody-ended piece of pink flesh lying on the floor of the lander beside his feet, Larn realized that with the force of the landing, Jinx must have inadvertently bitten off the end of his tongue. As horrified as he was by that discovery, Larn could not at first understand why Jinx had died. Until looking once more at the arrangement of seat restraints around his friend's body, and the way his head lolled sideways like a broken puppet, Larn realized the restraints had been improperly fastened, causing Jinx's neck to snap at the moment of their landing. The realization brought him no comfort. Jinx was dead. Understanding how his friend had died did nothing to lessen Larn's grief. "Fall in!" the sergeant shouted again. "Fall in and get ready to move out!" Still numb with shock, Larn grabbed his las gun and stumbled past Jinx's body to join the rest of the company as they lined up in one of the aisles between the upper deck's endless rows of seating. As he did, he became aware for the first time of the sound of distant ricochets clinging off the exterior of the hull. "We're being fired at," he thought dully, his mind still reeling at the sight of Jinx's corpse, until noticing an almost palpable sense of unrest among the other guardsmen as he took his place in the line and waited for the order to move out. Larn realized he could smell smoke, and with it, there came an unwelcome realization that cut through the fog of his grief and seemed to grip at his heart with clutching icy fingers. The lander was on fire. Spurred on by horror at the prospect of being trapped in a burning lander, the guardsmen began to hurry for the stairwell, while behind them, Sergeant Ferris shouted profanities in the vain hope of maintaining some form of order. No one was listening. Frenzied, they rushed down the stairs toward the lower deck, treading on the corpses of those already killed in the landing. Running with the others, Larn caught a brief glimpse of their company commander, Lieutenant Winters, sitting dead in his seat with his neck broken just like Jinx. He had no time to dwell on the lieutenant's death. Caught in the crush of fleeing guardsmen, he could only run with the crowd as they made for the lower deck, to the assault ramp, and freedom. As they came within sight of it, they found that the assault ramp had been sealed shut, while all around them the smell of smoke grew ever stronger. "Open that ramp!" screamed Sergeant Ferris, pushing his way through the crowd of milling guardsmen to where a small group stood studying the control panel governing the ramp's mechanism. Seeing the group raise their eyes to look at him in confusion, he pushed them aside and stretched out a hand towards a metal lever, set in a recess by the edge of the ramp. "Useless bastards!" he spat in contempt, his hand closing around the lever. "The master control panel must have been damaged in the landing. You need to pull the emergency release lever like this." Pulling the lever, Sergeant Ferris shrieked in sudden agony as one of the ramp's explosive release bolts misfired, a bright tongue of yellow flame bursting from the side of ramp to engulf his face. Screaming, a halo of flame dancing around his head, he stumbled blindly against the assault ramp as the other bolts fired, and the ramp fell open behind him. Falling into the suddenly vacated space, his body rolled down the ramp and came to a stop partway down it as one of his legs caught on a protrusion at its side. For a moment, Seeing the struggling of their sergeant's body grow still as the life left him, his troops stood gazing at him in shocked silence, hypnotized by the brutal calamity of their leader's death. We have to move, Lon heard someone say behind him as he realized how warm it had grown in the lander. The smoke's getting closer. If we don't get out of here now, we'll either burn to death or choke. As one, the guardsmen burst forward to rush down the ramp. The light outside seemed blinding in its intensity after the shadowed dimness of the interior of the lander. Barely able to keep his feet as the men behind him pushed to get out, Lauren stumbled down the ramp with the rest, his first experiences of the new world before him, registering as a disconnected jumble of sights and sensations. He caught snatches of an empty landscape through the press of bodies around him, saw a gray and brooding sky above them, felt a savage chill that bit gnawingly into his flesh. Worst of all was the sight of Sergeant Ferris' burnt and disfigured face. The fire-blackened sockets that had once held his eyes glimpsed briefly at the edge of Lauren's vision as he followed the others down the ramp. Then, as the first ranks of guardsmen reached the foot of the ramp in apparent safety, the frenzied herd instinct for a few moments before abruptly abated. Released from the crushing pressure of the crowd as the guardsmen in front moved to take advantage of the open space before them, Lauren was relieved to find himself able to breathe properly once more. Then, standing uncertainly with the others as they milled leaderless in the shadow of the lander, he turned to take his first clear view of the planet around him. This is it, he thought, his breath turning to white vapor in the cold. This is Celtura 7. It doesn't look like much It doesn't look much like how they described it in the briefing. Around him, as endless as the wheat fields of his homeworld, was a bleak and barren landscape. A flat, treeless vista of frozen gray-black mud, punctuated here and there by shell craters and the rusting silhouettes of burned-out vehicles. To the east of him he saw a distant cityscape of ruined buildings, as gray, foreboding, and abandoned as every other aspect of the landscape around it. It looks like a ghost town, he thought with a shiver. A ghost town hungry for more ghosts. I don't understand it, he heard a questioning voice say as he realized Len, Halan, and Voran had come to stand beside him. Where are the trees? Lendon asked. They say Celtura 7 was covered in forests, and it's cold. They said it would be summer. Never mind that, said Halan, terse at his side. We need to get into cover. I heard shots hitting the hull when we landed. There must be hostiles around here He paused, stopping to look up with anxious eyes at the sky as, overhead, they heard the whistle of a shell coming closer. Incoming! Someone screamed as the entire company raced frantically to seek shelter at the side of the lander. Seconds later, an explosion lifted up dancing clods of frozen mud 30 meters away from where they were standing. I think it was the mortar, Voran said, an edge of panic to his voice as he huddled with the others beside the lander. It sounded like a mortar, he said, jabbering uncontrollably in a breathless rush of fear. A mortar! Don't you think a mortar? I think it was a mortar. A mortar. I wish to the Emperor that's all it was, Halan said. Around them, more shots and explosions rang out. A fusillade that seemed to ominously increase in volume with every instant, as the noise of bullets and shells striking the hull on the other side of the lander grew so loud they had to shout to be heard over the roar. Lucky for us, whoever's shooting is on the other side of this lander, but we can't stay here forever. We need to find better cover, or it's only a matter of time before their artillery finds the range and starts to loop shells over the lander to land right on top of us. Maybe this is all a mistake? Voran said, his face alive with a glimmer of desperate hope. That's it, mistaken identity. Maybe it's our own side doing the shooting and they don't know who we are. We could make a white flag and try to signal them. Shut up, Vors! You're talking like an idiot! Alon snapped. Then seeing Voran's look at him in shock, he softened his tones. Believe me, Vors, there's nothing mistaken about it. There's a 10-meter-tall Imperial Eagle painted on each side of the hull of the lander. The people shooting at us know exactly who we are. That's why they're trying to kill us. Our only way out of this is to try and make for our own lines. Though we'll need to figure out where they are first. There, Lyndon said, his finger pointing eastward. You see it? The eagle in the distance! Oh, sweet Emperor, we're saved! Turning to follow the direction of Lyndon's jabbing finger, Lawrence saw a flagpole rising from the rebel-strewn outskirts of the city. At its top, a worn and ragged flag, an Imperial eagle fluttering in the breeze. You're right, Lyndon, Alon said, the excitement in his voice drawing the attention of the rest of the company as dozens of eyes turned to look toward the flag. It's our own lines, all right. If you look closely, you can see the outlines of camouflage bunkers and firing emplacements. That's where we should be headed. But it's got to be 700 or 800 meters away at least, Hals, Varans protested. With nothing between us and that flag but open ground, we'll never make it. We don't have a choice here, Vors, Alon said. Then, seeing the eyes of every other guardsman in the company were on him, he turned to them, his voice raised loud enough to be heard among the din of gunfire. Listen to me, all of you. I know you're scared. Zell knows I am too. But if we stay here, we are as good as dead. Our only chance is to make for that flag. For a moment, there was no response as the guardsmen cast frightened eyes from the now burning lander to the wide expanse of open ground before them, each man weighing an unwelcome decision. To stay and risk an undetermined death sometime in the future, or to run and risk an immediate death in the present. Then, suddenly, a shell landed on their side of the lander no more than 5 meters from where they were standing, and the decision was made for them. They ran. Breathless, terror dogging his every step, Larn ran with them. He ran, as from behind them there came a remorseless tide of gunfire as the unseen enemy tried to shoot them down. He saw men die screaming all around him, red gore spraying from their chests and arms and heads as the bullets struck them. He saw men killed by falling shells, bodies torn apart by blast and shrapnel, heads and limbs dismembered in an instant. All the time he kept his eyes glued on the flag, his would-be refuge in the distance before him. His every breath a silent prayer in the hope of salvation. His every step one closer to making that salvation a reality. As he ran, he saw friends and comrades die. He saw Halan fall first, his right eye exploding from its socket to make way for the bullet passing through it, his mouth open in a cry of encouragement to his fellow guardsmen that would never be finished. Then, Boran's, his torso ruptured and mutilated as a dozen pieces of shrapnel exploded through his chest. Other men fell. Some he had known by name, others he had known only by sight. All of them killed as, just as breathless and desperate as he was, they ran for the flag. Until at last, with most of his comrades dead already, and the flag still 100 meters away, Larns realized he would never make it. Here! Over here! Quickly! This way! Over here! Suddenly, hearing shouting voices nearby, Larn turned to see a group of guardsmen in gray-black camouflage appear as if from nowhere to beckon him toward them. Changing direction to head for them, he saw they had emerged from a firing trench and raced towards it with enemy bullets chewing up the ground around him, until at last, reaching the trench, he leapt inside to safety. Trying to catch his breath as he lay at the bottom of the trench, looking about him, Larn saw 5 guardsmen standing around him in the confines of the trench, all clad in the same uniform of gray-black patterned greatcoats, mufflers, and fur-shrouded helmets. At first they ignored him, their eyes turned to scan the killing fields he had just escaped from. Then, one of the guardsmen turned to look down towards him with a grimace, and finally spoke. This is Vidmir, entrenched 3 sergeant, the guardsman said, pressing a stud at his collar as Larn realized he was speaking down a comlink. We have 1 survivor. I think a few more made it to the other trenches, but most of those poor dumb bastards are dead out there in no man's land. Over. I can see movement on the oak side, one of the other guardsmen said, standing looking over the trench parapet. All this killing must have their blood up. They're getting ready for an attack. Then, while Larn was still wondering if he had really heard the word orc, he saw the man turn away from the parapet to look towards him. Assuming that uniform you're wearing is not just for show, new fish, you might want to stand up and get your lasgun ready. There's going to be some shooting. Pulling himself to his feet, Larn unslung his lasgun, stepping forward as the other guardsmen moved sideways to make space for him on the trench's firing step. Then, as he checked his lasgun and made ready to put it to his shoulder, he saw something that caused him to wonder if his first combat drop might have gone even more badly wrong than he could have thought. As, from the corner of his eye, he spotted a bullet-riddled wooden sign erected behind him, and slightly to one side of the trench. A sign whose ironic greeting gave him pause to wonder if he really was where he thought he was at all. The sign that said, "Welcome to Broshrock." All right, that's chapter 5.
I'm loving it.
There, you got your...
Got my what?
you wanted.
Ah, one more.
Yeah, I can do a few more people that would like. But yeah, that was the chapter I did want to read for you guys.
I want more. There was lots donated. You got lots of incentive, right?
I do. Yes, I do plan on continuing.
Yay!
Gib Gab, they got sent to the wrong planet because a individual sent the wrong set of numbers. That was amazing. I'm really glad you enjoyed it, Wolf. Well, thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoyed.
I will say I love the fact that in Talisman, a lot of the cards have something to do with the discard pile. Like this Ifrit invasion. You roll a die, see where the invasion takes place. And then it ends with the invasion then marches to the discard pile.
And that is a Firelands card. You can tell by the little thing above the guy's head.
Yeah, I figured.
Thank you for the follow, Ard Wolf Essex. I'm glad you enjoyed the reading, and I do plan on continuing. Welcome to the Rygonian community, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Do I do any audiobooks as a side hustle? I wish.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
If I did, I honestly wouldn't mind doing that kind of stuff, and maybe even doing like recordings here on stream. If I was allowed, anyway.
I know you're over here, Artie. If you were allowed to what with recordings?
Allowed to record them on stream.
I mean, I'm all for it, but I guess the question is whether the companies would be okay with it.
Well, exactly. I do remember one individual approached me to do some readings for him, but nothing ever came of it. I never heard back from them. Anyway, I'll take a drink of water, and then we shall continue.
Sounds good. And yeah, everybody that's here, like you probably can tell, we are going through Rygon's doing some reading for us. Hello there, Fire Salamander.
Oh, I should probably change my thing to just chatting.
You probably should. Yuck, yuck, yuck.
You doing that already actually reminds me of when I was in college. There's this one kid, you could obviously tell he came from like some heavily religious, like super cloistered place or home, I suppose. And he, for whatever reason, had got it stuck into his head that he wanted to compete with me whenever we did readings in the class. So I do my reading, and I do a little bit of the narrator voice. I do a little bit of this and that. It was never anything much. It was just like, a couple paragraphs at a time. And then this kid over there would try so hard to put his own spin on making voices and stuff like that. And it was just like, oh, look at him go. He's so cute.
Nice.
So, in other words, Rygon was bullying this poor kid. Got it.
What? No!
Why were you so freaking defensive there? Like, holy crap.
Rygon does not bully like that. No. Okay, go back. Enjoy your 200 coins.
I need to remember what the title of this story was. Or not the title, the author.
Murder.
Oh god, this martyr is so...
There we go. Yeah, I do ask, since it actually happened, I wasn't expecting it. If anybody wishes to like tip, you can just do it between chapters. That's why I offer this break, so that people can talk, say their things and whatnot. And,
okay, their things.
Yeah. So yeah, I really do appreciate it, Toshime. I do. I'm just letting everybody know that we do have the breaks between chapters if anybody wants to do that kind of stuff.
Alright, let's push for rank 23.
Yeah, sure, Kristoff, sure. Sure thing, Wolf Mage. Have yourself a good evening and a good night.
Oh, that reminds me.
Ooh, 3 gold. Yay.
That's actually not a bad idea, Gib-Gab. A tip jar for reading to the list? Sure, why not? Though I have no idea what a tip jar like that would look like.
Oh, yeah, we have to make something fancy. Something
Maybe it's like a mug surrounded by a book.
I want my tip jar to be a book.
Alright, we'll do about another 20 to 30 seconds, and then I shall continue.
Understood, I will mute now.
Thank you for the lurk, Wolf Mage. To the cog.
For the quag.
Sure, I'll purchase another material. Ow!
Plug the rye mug. At the Rye Mug. Purchase the Rye Mug now if you want all of your frothing beverages to be nice and chill for that epic moment, whether it's rolling the dice or cheering at your favorite football team. Get the Rye Mug today. Limited edition quality only. If you get yourself a Rye Mug, you get a Rye Hug.
Zim, you should get one.
But I have my own mug. And I also
Did
kind of
I
need to
stutter?
save money. I kind of need to save money.
It's going okay, Lexi. I'm just about to read chapter 6. Speaking of which, anybody else has anything they want to say real quick? Okay. Then let us continue. Chapter 6. 12:09 hours, Central Brosharok time. Questions of interstellar geography and other revelations. A bad day in hell. The Wog. A baptism of fire. Hand to hand against the enemy. An opinion as to the best method of killing a Gretchen. They're getting ready to move, all right, the guardsman said next to him, spitting a wad of greasy phlegm over the trench parapet. They'll hit us hard this time and in numbers. It's the blood that does it, you see. Our blood, I mean. Human blood. The sight and smell of it always makes them more willing and eager for a fight. Though, Emperor knows your average orc is usually pretty eager to begin with. His name was Rebzik. Larn could see the faded letters of the name stenciled on the tunic of the man's uniform under his greatcoat. Standing beside him on the firing step, Larn followed the direction of his eye to look into the landscape he now knew as no man's land. No matter how intently he stared across the bleak fields of frozen mud before them, he could see no movement, nor for that matter any other sign of the enemy. Ahead, no man's land seemed as flat, featureless, and devoid of life as it had when he had emerged from the lantern to his first view of it barely 10 minutes ago. The only difference now was the addition of the burning shell of the lander itself, and with it, the bodies of his company strewn haphazard and bloody across the frozen landscape. Abruptly, as he looked out at the remains of men he had known as friends and comrades, Larn felt the beginnings of tears stinging wetly at the corners of his eyes. Jinx is dead, he thought. And Halan, Vorans, Lieutenant Winters, even Sergeant Ferris. I don't see Ledden. Perhaps he's still alive somewhere, but nearly every man I came here with from Jumail is lying dead out there in no man's land. All of them slaughtered within minutes of landing, without even having fired a shot. It's a pity about your comrades, Ripsig said, his voice almost kindly as Larn clenched his eyes to try and stop the other men from in the trench from seeing his tears. But they're dead, and you ain't. What you need to start thinking about now is how you're going to stop yourself from joining them. The orcs are coming, new fish. If you want to live, you're going to have to keep yourself hard and tight. Orcs? Larn said, trying to concentrate his mind on the practical in an effort to lay his grief aside. You said orcs? I didn't know there were any orcs in Seltura 7. Could be, that's true, Rebzik said, as beside him one of the other guardsmen looked to the sky in silent exasperation. Fact is, you'd have to ask somebody who's actually been there. Here in Brosharok, though, we generally have more orc than you know what to do with. Wait, asked Larn, confused. Are you telling me this planet isn't Seltura 7? Well, I wasn't specifically commenting on it, new fish, Rebzik said. But since you asked, you'd be right enough. This place isn't Seltura 7. Wherever in hell that is. Stunned for a moment, Larn wondered if he had somehow misunderstood the man's meaning. Then he looked out again at the treeless landscape and was struck by all the troubling inconsistencies between what he had been told to expect on Seltura 7 and the stark, brutal realities of the world he saw before him. They had made the drop 3 weeks early. There were no forests. It was winter rather than summer. The war here was against orcs, not PDF rebels. A catalogue of facts that, with a dawning horror born of slow realization, pushed him inexorably toward a sudden and shocking conclusion. Holy throne, he thought. They sent us to the wrong planet. I shouldn't be here, he said aloud. It's funny how everyone tends to think that when they're waiting for an attack to begin, said Rebzik. I wouldn't worry about it, new fish. When the orcs get here, you'll soon find yourself feeling right at home. Oh, you don't understand, Lon said. There's been a terrible mistake. My company was supposed to be going to the Celtura system, to a world called Celtura 7 to put down a mutiny among the local PDF. Something must have gone wrong because I'm on the wrong planet. So? What is that to me? Rebzik said. His eyes, as he looked at Larn, seemed a little warmer than the landscape around them. You're on the wrong planet. You're on the wrong system. Not to mention probably the wrong war. Get used to it, new fish. If that is the worst thing that happens to you today, you will have been lucky. But you don't understand. No. It is you who does not understand, new fish. This is Brosharok. We are surrounded by 10 billion orcs. And right now, some of those orcs, maybe only a few thousand or so if we are lucky, are getting ready to attack us. They don't care what planet you think you should be on. They don't care that you think you're in the wrong place, that you're wet behind the ears, or that you're probably not even old enough to shave. All they care about is killing you. So if you know what is good for you, new fish, you will put all this crap aside and start worrying about killing them instead. Shocked at the man's outburst, Larn said nothing. His reply dying on his tongue as he saw Rebzik turn away from him to gaze darkly into no man's land once more. As though by some sixth sense the other guardsmen in the trench had already done the same. All of them staring hard into no man's land as though watching something happening out there of which Larn was entirely unaware. No matter how Larn tried, he could see nothing. Nothing except gray-black mud and desolation. Frustrated, wary of asking the others what they were looking at for fear of drawing another angry outburst, Larn turned to glance around him. Behind him, in from his sight when he had first landed by a gentle sloping of the ground, was a series of firing trenches and foxholes. All of them led down towards sandbag emplacements that covered the entrances to a number of underground dugouts set among the shattered husks of buildings at the outskirts of the city. Now his eyes had become accustomed to the relentless gray of the landscape. Larn could see other firing trenches around and to the side of their trench, their parapets cunningly camouflaged to look no different from the countless chunks of crumbling half-buried plascrete and other detritus that lay scattered across this wasteland. From time to time, a guardsman would suddenly emerge from one of the trenches to run half-crouched, zigzagging from one piece of cover to the next until he reached the safety of either another trench or the entrance to one of the dugouts. Behind them, in the distance, the main body of the city stood brooding across the horizon, as though watching their lives and labors with disdain. A city of ruined and battle-scarred buildings set against a gray and uncaring sky. This is Brosharok, Larn reminded himself. That is what they said the city was called. There, one of the guardsmen said beside him. I see green. Bastards are moving. Turning to gaze once more into no man's land with the others, for a moment Larn found himself vainly struggling to see anything among the wearying gray of the world about them. Then, suddenly at ground level, perhaps a kilometer away, he saw a brief glimpse of green flesh as its owner stood upright for a brief second, before abruptly disappearing once more. I see it, Larn said, the words jumping breathless from him, unbidden. Holy Emperor, is that an orc? I only wish orcs were as small as that, new fish, Repzig said, spitting over the parapet into no man's land again. That's a Gretch. A Gretchen. Keep looking and you should be able to see some more. He was right. Ahead, Lauren saw the creature stand upright once more. This time it stood where it was unmoving, its green flesh plainly visible against the contrast of the gray backdrop of the landscape behind it. Then after a moment, Lauren saw another dozen creatures appear beside it, all of them standing still and motionless as though trying to smell something on the wind. Each of them, perhaps a meter tall at most, their stunted green bodies appearing curiously hunched and misshapen inside their rough gray garments. Watching them, Lauren felt himself recoil in instinctive horror at his first sight of an alien species, until, before he even knew what he was doing, his finger was on the trigger of his last gun at his shoulder as he sighted in on the Xenos. Don't bother, new fish, Repzig said, laying a hand across his barrel. If you did manage to hit one of the Gretchen at this range, you'd be wasting your ammo. Save it till later. Save it for the orcs. I don't like it, one of the other guardsmen said. If the orcs are setting their Gretch out like that, it means they're planning on hitting us with a frontal assault. Another one. What is that now? Something like the third one today? Third time is right, Kel, the guardsman called Vidmir said, his face grim as he pressed a finger to his ear to listen to something on his comm bead. You'll have to remember to remonstrate with the orcs about their lack of originality when they get here. From the reports I'm hearing over the tactical net, you should soon be getting an opportunity to do so. What is it? The other guardsman, Kel, asked, while the rest of the men in the trench turned to look at Vidmir. What have you heard? Sector Command says Auspex is reading a lot of movement in the arc lines, Vidmir replied. Sounds like Repzig was right. They're going to be hitting us hard and in numbers. Though from the sound of it, I think there's more to this than just a matter of the orcs getting excited over killing the new fish's friends. Could be they're getting ready to launch an offensive, which would be bad enough, except it sounds like our own side is trying to get us killed as well. Battery Command are refusing to give us artillery support until they're sure this is really a full-blown assault and not just a feint. A feint, my ass, Kel grunted. When have you ever known an orc to do anything by halves? Agreed, Vidmir said. But irrespective, it looks like we're going to have to repel the orcs on our own. Emperor help us. Then, turning towards Larn, Vidmir gave him the cold flash of a graveyard smile. Congratulations, new fish. It looks like not only did you manage to get yourself dropped right in the middle of hell, but you picked a bad day in hell besides. Repzig, Vidmir, Dawn, Rolves, and Kel. These were the names of the 5 men who shared the trench with him. Larn had learned that much about them at least in the quiet time as they waited for the battle to begin. They were from a planet called Vardon, they told him. They are their regiment, a group of hardened veterans known as the 9022nd Marten Rifles. 902nd. 902nd Varden Rifles had come to the city of Brosharok more than 10 years ago and had been here ever since. 10 years? He could hardly believe it. Nor were those the only things that Larn had learned from the Vardens. I don't understand it, he said, looking at the group of Gretchen on the other side of No Man's Land. What are they waiting for? 10 minutes had passed since the first alien appeared, though the numbers of those waiting with it had now increased to perhaps a couple of hundred. Still, the ranks of Gretchen stood exposed and out in the open with the other side of No Man's Land. Occasionally, a squabble would break out, 2 or 3 of the aliens suddenly breaking away from the main group to fight a bloody battle with tooth and claw, while their fellows watched with lazy interest. For the most part, the aliens simply stood there unmoving, their feral faces turned to stare unblinkingly towards the human lines. It was an unnerving spectacle. Not for the first time, Larn found himself fighting the urge to take his last gun and fire at them, to shoot over and over again until every one of the ugly and human faces he could see before him had been obliterated. It's an old trick, new fish, Rebzik said. They're waiting for us to shoot at them and give away our positions. But that's suicide, Lauren said. Why would they be willing to sacrifice themselves like that? They're Gretsch, new fish, Rebzik replied. Willing doesn't come into it. If the world boss tells them to go stand out in no man's land and wait to get killed, it's not like they get much say over it. Of course, even the fact that their boss is smart enough to think of using his Gretsch that way tells us something. That means the greenskin leading the assault is likely to be one crafty son of a bitch. Well, relatively speaking. And that's likely to be bad news for us, believe me. There's not much worse than a crafty orc. Now quiet down, new fish. There'll be plenty of time for questions later, after the attack. Assuming, of course, we survive it. At that, Rebzik fell silent once more, his eyes staring into no man's land with the rest of the Vardens. Denied the distraction of further conversation, Larn began to realize just how tense the atmosphere was in the trench. An attack is coming, he thought. Although these men have faced dozens, perhaps even hundreds of such attacks in the past, still the tension is plain on every line of their faces for anyone to see. Briefly, he tried to find comfort in that thought. He tried to tell himself that if hardened veterans like these felt queasy in the face of the impending assault, there was no shame in the churning of his own stomach. But he remained unconvinced. Am I a coward? He thought. I am afraid, or will my nerve hold so I can do my duty? Or will it fail? Will I fight when the attack comes? Or will I break and run? But as forcefully as those questions rebounded around inside his head, he could find no answer. The waiting was the worst of it. Abruptly, as he stood there on the firing step, Larn realized that until now he'd been inoculated against fear by the sheer breathless pace of events since the lander had been hit. Now, in the silence of the lull before battle, there was no hiding place from his fears. He felt alone, far from home, terrified that he was about to die in a strange world under a cold and distant sun. Ready your weapons, Bidmir said, as more Gretchen began to appear on the other side of no man's land. This is it. Looks like they got tired of waiting. We hold our fire until they're 300 meters away, Rebzik said to Larn. See that flat gray-black rock over there? That's your mark. We wait till the first rank of Gretsch reach that before we fire. Then, seeing Larn looking in confusion into no man's land as he tried to distinguish which of the thousands of gray-black rocks was the mark, Rebzik sighed in exasperation. Never mind, Dooffish. You shoot what we do. You follow orders. You do what we tell you to do. When we tell you to do it, and you don't ask questions. Trust me, that's the only way you're going to survive your first 15 hours. Ahead, the group of Gretchen out in no man's land had swelled to become a horde several thousand strong. They seemed agitated now, jabbering to each other in incomprehensible alien gibberish, while the more brave or foolhardy among them pushed their way out to the front of the group, as though waitless for their wait to be at an end. Then, finally, the waiting was over as, for the first time, Larn heard the sound of massed alien voices screaming a terrifying war cry. As one, firing their guns into the air, the horde of Gretchen came charging towards them. As unnerving as the sight of the aliens had seemed to Larn earlier, they were nothing compared to the horrors he now saw merging into view in their wake. Just behind the onrushing Gretchen, he saw countless numbers of much larger greenskins rise up to join the charge. Each one of them a grotesquely muscled, broad-shouldered monster more than 2 meters tall, screaming with ferocious savagery as they took up the black battle cry of their smaller brethren. Sweet Emperor, Larn thought, half beside himself with terror. Those must be the orcs. There's so many of them, and every one of them is huge. 800 meters, Vidmir said, sighting in on the enemy with his targeter clipped to the side of his last gun. his calm voice barely audible above the sound of approaching thunder as the greenskins charged ever closer. Keep yourself cold and sharp. No firing until they reach the kill zone. Don't fire until you see the reds of their eyes, Kill snickered, as if he found some grim humor in the situation that eluded Larn. 600 meters, Vidmir said, ignoring him. Remember to aim high, new fish, Brebzik said. Don't worry about the Gretchen. They're no threat. It's the orcs you want to hit. We open up with single shots at first. Continuous volley fire. Oh, a new fish. You might want to release the safety catch on your last gun. You'll find killing orcs is easier that way. Fumbling at his last gun in embarrassment as he realized the Vardan was right, Larn switched the firing control from safe to single shot. Then, remembering his training in the words of the Imperial Infantryman's uplifting primer, he silently recited the litany of the last gun in his mind. Bringer of death, speak your name, for you are my life and the foe's death. 400 meters, Vidmir said. Prepare to fire. The greenskins were closing. Looking past the scuttling rank of Gretchen, Larn could see the orcs more clearly now, close enough to see sloping brows and baleful eyes, while thousands of jutting jaws and mouths filled with murderous tusks seemed to smile towards him with eager and savage intent. With every passing second, the orcs were coming closer. As he watched them charging towards the trench, Larn felt himself gripped by an almost overpowering urge to turn and flee. He wanted to hide, to run away as far and fast as he could and never look back. Something deep inside of him, some mysterious reservoir of inner strength he had never known before, stopped him. Despite all of his fears, the dryness of his mouth, the trembling of his hands that he hoped the others could not see, despite all that, he stood his ground. 350 meters, Vidmir shouted, while Larn could hear the distant popping sound of mortars being fired behind him. 300 meters? On my mark? Fire! In the same instant, every guardsman on the line opened fire, sending a bright fusillade of las fire burning through the air towards the orcs. With it came a sudden flurry of air bursts as dozens of falling mortar and grenade launcher rounds exploded in mid-air in a deadly hail of shrapnel. Then came the blinding flash of las cannon beams, the rat-a-tat crack of autocannons, the flare of frag missiles streaking towards their targets. A withering torrent of fire that tore into the charging orcs, decimating them. Through it all, as the Vardans in the trench beside him ceaselessly worked the triggers of their lasguns to send more greenskins screaming to Xenos hell, Larn fired with them. He fired without pause, as merciless as the others. Over and over again, his fears abating with every shot. The terrors that had once assailed him replaced with a growing sense of exultation as he saw the greenskins die. For the first time in his life, Larn knew the savage joy of killing. For the first time, seeing orcs fall wounded and dying to be trampled under the heedless boot heels of their fellows, he knew the value of hate. Seeing the enemy die, he felt no sorrow for them, no sadness, no remorse for their deaths. They were Xenos. They were the alien, the unclean. They were monsters. Every one of them. Monsters. With a sudden insight, he finally understood the wisdoms of the Imperium. He understood the teachings he had received in the Scholarium, in the sermons of the preachers, in basic training. He understood why man made war upon the Xenos. In the midst of that war, he felt no pity for them. A good soldier feels nothing but hate. Then, through the heat and noise of battle, Larn saw something that brought all his fears rushing back to him. Incredibly, despite all the casualties inflicted by the guardsmen's fire, the greenskins' charge had not wavered. Though the torrent of fire continued from the Vardans' positions, the orcs kept on coming. They seemed unstoppable. Abruptly, Larn found himself uncontrollably aware just how much he wanted to avoid having to face an orc in hand-to-hand combat. 120 meters! You heard Vidmir yell through the din. Change cells and switch to rapid fire. They're getting closer, Larn said, his hands clumsy with desperation as he struggled to change the cell in his lasgun. Shouldn't we fix bayonets? Just in case? Hardly, new fish, Repzig said, his cell already changed and firing with the rest. If this battle gets to bayonet range, we're as good as lost it. Now shut up and start shooting. Out in no man's land, the charging orcs came ever closer. By now, most of the Gretchen were dead, winnowed away by blast and shrapnel. Though the ranks of the orcs had also been thinned, from where Larn stood there seemed to be thousands of them left, all bearing down across the battered landscape of no man's land in a relentless and barbaric tide hell-bent on slaughter. There's no stopping them, Larn thought. We're going to be overrun. He saw orcs armed with short, bulbous-headed sticks running at the head of the mob, the sticks covered in a lethal profusion of spikes, blades, and flanges. At first he took the weapons in their hands to be some sort of primitive mace or club, until he saw the front ranks of orcs suddenly throw the same clubs to land in the frozen mud before the trenches, each one exploding in a shower of shrapnel. Instinctively, seeing one of the stick grenades land a few meters from his trench, Larn ducked his head to avoid the daily fragments whistling through the air above it, an action that drew a terse reprimand from four Repzig. Damnation, new fish! Keep your fool head up and keep on shooting! Repzig yelled. They're trying to make us keep our head down so they can get in close. Doing as he was told, Larn resumed firing, only to look on in horror with the rest of the men as, flying through the air so slowly it might have been moving in slow motion, another of the stick grenades hit the parapet and bounced inside their trench. Stick bomb! Vidmir screamed. Bail out! Rushing to evacuate the trench with the others, Larn scrambled over the trench wall behind him, stumbling over his own 2 feet as he made it to ground level and turned to run for cover. He tripped, his body already falling toward the ground as the blast of the stick bomb ripped through the air behind him. He felt a pain in his shoulder and a sudden pressure in his ears. Then he hit the ground, and everything went black. He became aware of a ringing in his ears, his face cold against the hard frozen mud beneath him. Through the haze of returning consciousness, he heard men screaming and shouting, the noise of lasguns being fired, the bestial roars and bellows of what could have only been orcs, the noises of a battle going on all around him. Starting abruptly awake, with a surge of fear, Larn lifted his head from the mud and looked about him to try and gain his bearings. He was lying face down on the ground, the pain in his shoulder having diminished to nothing more than a distant ache, while on every side around him guardsmen and orcs fought in brutal combat. He saw an orc shot point-blank in the face, its feral, inhuman features burned away in the blink of an eye by a lasgun on full burst. He saw a guardsman in the uniform of the Jew male 14th die screaming as another orc disemboweled him with a blade of a great gore-stained axe. He saw men and orcs fighting, their feet slipping and stumbling over the bodies of their fallen comrades beneath him, the details of which side was winning or losing unclear in the fog and haze of combat. He saw blood, and he saw slaughter. He saw savagery from human and alien alike. His eyes opened, and he saw the reality of war once all the noble pretensions were stripped away. Then, as the appalling spectacle continued to unfold around him, Larn's heart began to beat wildly in his chest, as a dreadful thought suddenly occurred to him. "Where is my lasgun?" he thought, looking about him in panic. "Sweet Emperor, I must have lost it when I fell." Feeling suddenly naked, Larn began scrambling frantically among the fallen bodies lying nearby in search of a weapon. No sooner had he started than he all but fell over a Gretchen searching among the bodies for reasons of its own. For a second, they stood face to face. The creature was as astonished to see Larn as he was to see it. Then, Noticing a sly smile coming over the Gretchen's face as it made to lift its gun and pointed at him, Larn leapt screaming towards it. Knocking the gun from the Gretchen's hands before it could shoot, Larn made a grab for it himself, only for the gun to skip away from both of them as the force of their impact sent them falling to the ground. Pushing himself on top of the creature, desperately trying to hold it off with one hand as it clawed and bit at him, Larn felt the fingers of his free hand brush a hard object lying on the ground beside him, and he grabbed it. As he raised the object and brought it crashing down onto the Gretchen's face, Larn became dimly aware that he was holding his own helmet, but he was past caring. In a frenzy born of self-preservation, he raised the helmet and smashed it down onto the Gretchen's face again and again, repeatedly smashing the creature in the face until the helmet in his hand was slick from black ichor. Then, finally realizing the Gretchen had stopped moving long ago, Larn paused to catch his breath. By then, there was no trace left of the smile he had seen from the Gretchen when it had tried to kill him. Below him, the Gretchen's face had been reduced to a battered, shapeless pulp. The creature was dead. It could no longer hurt him. Hearing the chilling sound of an alien battle cry, Larn looked up from the dead body beneath him to see a group of a dozen orcs charging towards him. For a moment, he almost turned. Whether to run away or scramble after the Gretchen's fallen gun to defend himself, he did not know. Only to realize that no matter what he did now, it would make no difference. The orcs were too close. He was as good as dead already. This is it, he thought, his panic abruptly displaced by an unnerving sense of calm. I am going to die here. I am a dead man, and there's nothing anyone can do to save me. Forward! He heard a voice yell as a shotgun boomed behind him, and the face of the foremost orc disappeared in an explosion of gore. Vardens, by my mark, advance and rapid fire! Amazed, Larn saw the battle-scarred sergeant in a gray-black greatcoat stride past him, leading a ragtag band of Vardens in a countercharge against the orcs. Moving at a slow walk, firing from the hip with shotguns, lasguns, and flamers blazing, they advanced towards the oncoming orcs, taking a gruesome toll of the enemy with every step towards them. While before the orcs screamed and died, the sergeant led his men forward with bullets and lasbeams flying all around him, his pace never faltering, his voice a clear beacon of authority among the confusion of battle. Watching the sergeant lead his men from the front, his every gesture calm and unafraid, Larn found himself wondering if one of the long-dead saints of the Imperium had somehow regained human form and now walked among them. The sergeant seemed unknowable. The sergeant seemed immortal, unkillable, like a hero from the tales Ace told in the Scholarium. A legend, leading his men to victory. Forward! The sergeant yelled, his counterattack gaining momentum as every man still alive in the trenches gathered to advance beside him. Keep on firing! Forward and advance! Following the sergeant's lead, the advance continued. The constant fire of the Varden guns and the slow, measured pace of their progress seemed every bit as relentless and unstoppable as had the orcs' charge earlier. Until, wilting before the remorseless ferocity of the Vardan's attack, the orcs did something which Larn had never thought he would live to see. They turned and ran. Watching the surviving orcs run back towards their lines, Larn slowly became aware of a brief hush falling across the battlefield as the Vardan's advance halted and they stopped firing. Soon, as it became plain the orcs' attack was ended, new sounds broke the silence. The cries of wounded men, the shouts of their comrades calling for a medic, the noise of nervous laughter, and disbelieving oaths as other men found they were still very much alive. Hearing those sounds, Larn felt the tension abruptly leave him as the realization hit him that he had survived. Still kneeling over the body of the dead Gretchen, he looked as the things rained face in with sudden queasiness, afraid he was going to vomit. Then, he saw a shadow fall across him as a nearby guardsman came to stand beside him. You must be the new fish, a cynical voice asked him. What are the new groxlings to the slaughter they sent us in the lander? I think this belongs to you. Looking up, Lauren found himself staring at an ugly, dwarfish Vardan with a shaved head and a mouthful of stained and crooked teeth. The Vardan was holding a lasgun in each hand, one of which Lauren recognized sheepishly as his own gun, the same weapon he had lost earlier. Here, new fish, the runt said, giving him a sardonic, broken-toothed smile as he tossed the lasgun towards him. Next time, you need to kill a Gretch. You might try using this. End chapter 6.
That was beautiful.
It is wonderful. Also, Fox, it's great to see you. I hope you sleep very well. Thanks for stopping by and giving me a lurk.
And now it's time to continue the story from the York side.
I'm going to take my, well, I'm going to end stream and start winding down to go to bed. So,
Okay.
So, I want to mute to end my stream. Otherwise, you can continue.
No worries, I need a moment to catch my voice, as it were. You can probably tell that it's starting to become a little strained.
Well,
Yes,
I
Chance.
just got a new work in progress.
Nice, what'd you get?
I am bringing it up on my stream. And I'll send it on your Telegram.
That would be appreciated, thank you. Hey, very nice. A very cute Lucario.
Finally gonna have a unique art for the last Pokemon TF card. So you're going to bed, RZ?
They're muted right now while they do their thing.
Ah.
Yep, I just hydrated Senri. Thank you, though.
They want you to hydrate more!
More. Well, Senri is asking us all to hydrate.
Oh. Well, I suppose I can go ahead and do that. She actually also did a shiny version, but that's only going to be posted in the Discord, in the supporters
Alrighty.
channel for those that are, you know, subscribers and such. So do go take a look.
Alright, we'll start the next story in about 1 to 2 minutes.
What do you mean, Rob? Thank you for the head pats, Fox. Oh, okay, Gib Gab. Rob, while I understand that it's... I know that some are tired of this conversation, so I will just be quick on this. While I know it's not as doom and gloom as we fear, it is still a potential problem that I need to respond to sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
And so it would be better to just make the switch and cut out D&D now than risk them, you know, being like, well, fuck, Critical Role's not giving us anything. Who else can we target? Because they literally can change the parameters on that as part of the writing at any time.
Oh, that's perfectly fair. But I do feel very strongly that this is one of those fuck around and find out moments we are about to experience.
Yeah.
Because realistically, I don't think any court system is going to be like, yeah, you can take everybody's stuff. Maybe if you had made that initially within the contract, but not like, what, 15 years after the fact?
Well, for D&D 1, it's in the new contract, so...
And it's retroactive to 5e. At the least.
I say we'll just have to see what happens, but something tells me this is not nearly as scary as people will be led to believe. And I think literally worst comes to worst, D&D shoots itself in the foot and it dies, and new, better stuff comes up to take its place. Or I guess the entirety of tabletop role-playing just dies, so, you know.
No, they can't do that for all the different forms.
Well, I mean, it is a mainstream product. D&D is something that brought it to the mainstream. But I think it's popular enough that even if D&D itself were to become unpopular, the genre itself would still be very much on people's minds. Personally, I think this is a great opportunity for a lot of people.
Yes!
I'm glad you're happy about it, Sim.
What happened in game is what I'm, you know.
Ooh, I know, I'm gonna make my favorite snack.
It is, Jits.
back.
And honestly, Rob, as far as Guild Tales goes, while we have been working to fix things in the group as a whole, I'm also not entirely unsure that this might not be the thing that we need.
Don't worry, they're going to go after Poke Roll next. Haha.
They're welcome to try. Most of this just comes down... This will be the last thing I say on it. Most of this comes down to what the courts decide.
Yep. And personally, I think even though that this is legally within their right, I don't think it's practically within their right.
Yeah.
We'll see what the courts have to say. At the very least, I have good faith in the European ones.
Oh yeah, I have no questions there. I think Europe's going to be just fine. It's the US I'm worried about.
So Zim, do you know what I am making here?
No.
A potato.
It is a treat my father showed me a long time ago.
Oh, you're making a snack.
Yes.
Looks
It
like
is
me.
Doritos with Tabasco sauce.
One of my favorite snacks comes from my mom, and it's actually Doritos with cottage cheese.
Somebody else in the chat's going to be snarky, be like, oh yeah, well mine is Doritos with Doritos.
Blue bag Doritos, then.
I'm still up in the air on Guild Tales. We'll figure things out there.
Nope.
I know Ascend to Ascend, we are planning to switch to Pathfinder. But yeah. Your favorite snack is a result of your mom's healthy eating training. Walnuts and sultanas. Huh. Yeah, Sirio, I don't know what's going on with that. I think it's just the model that's, bad. I had to adjust the lighting position for the professor model, and and I never noticed this little bubble here until after that. And, well, eventually when
What
the
it
money
looks like, it looks like the light source is coming from the chin, and that's just shadow. It's supposed to be shadow instead of...
Let me see if I can adjust it.
Yeah, that's supposed to be shade instead of light. Or where your chin is.
Yeah.
Versus where the camera.
Jeez, I do anything with the light and it just is like...
Washes.
so weird. how it interacts with the model.
Duke.
What's going on?
Maybe I'll just turn off the light. Well, no, that makes it too dark.
Click, 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 click.
Jets, listen to Markiplier's rant on talkies.
It's been long enough. Let's see how it looks on the professor. Oh, jeez.
Next stretch.
I have come for your soul.
Please don't come for my soul.
Me.
That's campfire story lighting. And it washes out the tongue. There you go. I know, delay, but
I'm nearly done with my snack.
time for another one. Have some fruit. Have something healthy. Don't forget to stretch.
Yeah.
I stretched when I did the
Try
walking.
it here.
And hydrate.
There. I think it looks good on both Zim and the professor now. Cool.
Yeah, that bubble is specifically a shadow.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah, Ryusho, it's a little awkward.
At least it's not the disappearing Ike trick.
I'm gonna go. Leave call now.
Okay.
It's late for me.
Bye.
I have work tomorrow.
Good night.
Good night.
Nigel's.
See you never.
I mean, if you're gonna be like that, you'll never see me for the rest of the night.
See? Bye
See?
forever.
But then tomorrow,
nice
you will see
being-
me.
It was nice being friends with you while it lasted.
Pat, pat, pat.
Remember, Zim is adorable and cute.
All right. Is everyone ready for the next chapter?
Yeah.
Okay. What about all of you in the chat? Can I hear a hey yo?
Hey, yo!
Let's get some of those pocket lighters lit, waving about in the air. I want to see a mosh pit. I may never read again? Okay. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and get the next one going. This one looks like it's going to be a bit of a long one, so I hope you're all ready.
I am ready!
Chapter 7. 1339 hours, Central Broshorok time. The Field Station. Lessons of Futility, Parts 1 and 2. Friends and Heroes Awaiting Disposal. Welcome to the 902nd Vardan. Corporal Vladik in the Distribution of Resources. Meeting Sergeant Chelkar, and an addition to Davir's woes. Pausing for a moment to catch his breath while he waited for the stretcher-bearers to bring another patient, Surgeon Major Martes Volpens was surprised to realize how inured he had become to the sound of men screaming. Around him, the walls of the Apothecarium field station reverberated with it constantly. He could hear men shouting, begging, moaning, shrieking, muttering profane oaths, and whispering half-remembered prayers. Not for the first time. Ever mindful that it was his calling to alleviate the pain of others, the Surgeon Major looked about him at the place where he practiced his craft and felt despair. To a man less accustomed to it, the dimly lit interior of the field station's main operating theater might have been mistaken for a scene from hell. Along one wall of the station, hundreds of severely wounded men lay in litters stacked 4 men high on a series of metal racks. Against the other wall, a dozen exhausted surgeons worked feverishly to clear the most urgent cases from tables that stank with the blood that stained every surface of the floors and walls. For each man they healed, a dozen more men waited amid the suffocating stink of blood and pus and death, desperately wailing and pleading for help in a cacophony of suffering that never reached its end. Stomach wound, his surgical assistant Jalil said, breaking into his thoughts. He's been giving morphia, he added, checking the treatment notification tag on the patient's ankle as the stretcher bearers lifted the unconscious form of a wounded guardsman onto the operating table before them. 2 doses. Taking a pair of scissors, Jalil removed the tag, before cutting away the guardsman's tunic and blood-encrusted strips to reveal the wound hidden beneath it. Then, taking a wet cloth from a bucket at the foot of the table, he washed the worst of the blood away from the edges of the wound. Looks like it's a through, he said. From the size of the wound, I'd say an orc gun was the culprit. The blood's dark. Looks like his liver's been punctured. Wait a second. Damn it. Give him some ether solemnite. Solemnolentus, Volpin said, taking away a scalpel from the tray of instruments nearby as he stepped to the side of the table. Standard dosage. Aye, we have none, Cullen, his other assistant said. We used what was left on the last patient. What about the other anesthetics? Volpin said. The nitrous oxide? Gone as well, Jalil said. If he wakes up, we'll just have to hold him down. I apologize, everyone. I'm just messing up this scene. At least tell me we have some blood plasma left, Volpin said. If I have to go digging around this man's insides in search of a wound in his liver, he's going to bleed like a stuck pig. Not a drop, Jalil said, shrugging in helplessness. Remember the sucking chest wound 20 minutes ago? He got the last of it. How much blood is there in the overspill bag, Jalil? Volpens asked. Ducking his head under the table, Jalil checked the contents of the transparent bag underneath it designed to catch the blood bleeding out of the patient as it oozed along the disposal gutter set in the table's sides. "About half a liter," he said, pulling the bag up from beneath the table. "Maybe 3/4. "All right," Volpin said. "Replace that bag with a new one and use the contents of the one you've got to auto-sanguinate him." "You want to transfuse him with his own blood?" Jalil said. "There's barely enough in here to keep a dog alive, never mind a man." "There's no other choice," Volpin said, leaning forward with a practiced hand to make the first incision. "He'll die anyway if his wound isn't seen to. Now, look sharp, gentlemen. We're going to have to do this fast before he bleeds to death." Cutting an incision to open the wound, Volpin quickly peeled back the skin around it and fixed a clamp in place to keep it open. Then, while beside him Jalil used his cloth to mop at the blood welling in the chest cavity, Volpin searched desperately for the source of the bleeding. It was hopeless. There was so much blood in the wound he could hardly see a thing. "Vital signs are weak," Krillin said, his fingers at the man's neck to feel his pulse. "We're losing him." "Lift his legs up, Jalil. I'll send more blood to his heart," Volpin said. "I only need a few more seconds. There! I think I found it. He's got a tear in the main artery leading to the liver." Pushing his hands deep into the wound cavity, Volpin clamped the bleeding artery shut, only to find his hopes frustrated as, abruptly, the cavity began to fill with blood once more. "Damnation! There must be another bleeder. Krillin, how's he doing?" "I can't find a pulse anymore, sir. We could try to manually resuscitate him?" "No," Volpin said, throwing his bloody scalpel down on the instrument tray in frustration. "It wouldn't do any good. He's bled out. The round probably hit a rib and caused bone fragments to perforate his liver in a dozen places. Clear the table. We can't save this one." Grabbing a piece of discarded cloth to clean his hands, Volpin stepped away from the table, pausing to glance at the dead guardsman as Krillin signaled for the stretcher bearers to take him away. How old was he? He thought. He looks to be in his 40s, but that means nothing here. Rosharok has a way of aging a man. He might only be in his early 30s, even late 20s. Then, as he lifted the dead man's body from the table, Volpin noticed an old scar on the patient's side. He's been wounded before, he thought, and patched up. I wonder, was it my work or someone else? Doesn't matter now, I suppose. Whoever saved the poor bastard's life before, there's no saving him this time. Sighing, he turned away to gaze once more at the confines of the operating room around him. As he did, he realized how little good could be done there for the dying and the suffering men who came to the field station day after day. It's not the war, or even the orcs that kills most of them, he thought. It's the shortages. We're short of anesthetics, antibiotics, plasma, even the most basic of medical equipment. Short of everything except pain, death, and futility. In Bjorshorok, these things are never in short supply. Then, as he made to throw away the cloth he had used to clean his hands, Volpin noticed something was written on it. Looking at it more closely, he saw there was a name stenciled in the cloth. Repsik. Abruptly, he realized the cloth must have come from the dead guardsman's tunic, one of the pieces Jalil had cut away earlier to reveal the man's wound. Repsik, Volpin thought sadly. So that was what his name was. Then, just as abruptly, he realized it made no difference. Whatever the name the man had come here with, he did not need it now. In the shadow of the dugout emplacements, a little way behind the trenches, the corpses of the men killed in the last hour and a half had been piled in a line 3 cadavers deep, their feet bootless, their bodies stripped of their equipment, some with faces wrapped in concealing cloth, others with dead features left naked to the biting cold. All of them laid haphazardly atop each other like so many logs ready for the burning. Like firewood, Lard thought as he stood gazing down on the dead bodies of the men who had made the journey with him from Jumail 4. Men he had known and liked. Men who had crossed the unimaginable distances of the void only to waste their lives on the wrong planet and in the wrong campaign. His comrades, now reduced to nothing more than a temporary landmark in the unforgiving and war-torn landscape he saw all about him. For what? To Larn, it seemed the most pointless of the many horrors he had witnessed already in this desolate place. A lesson in utter futility. Hearing the protesting squeal of a rusted axle, Larn turned to see 4 bent-backed old women bundled in ragged layers of civilian dress pushing an empty handcart across the frozen ground towards him. Noticing the faded insignia of the Departmental Munitorum on the khaki-green armbands they wore in their sleeves, Larn realized they must be militia auxiliaries levied from among the local population. Wheeling the cart past him, they halted beside the line of corpses and warily began to lift them into the cart. Until, at last, as their labors revealed the face of a corpse hidden deeper in the pile, Larn saw something that made him cry out and race towards them. "Wait!" he yelled. Startled, cringing away as though afraid he might hurt them, the women stopped their work. Then, seeing Larn standing by the pile to peer down at the face of the corpse, one of the women spoke to him in a voice made dull and lifeless with fatigue. "You knew him?" she asked. "One of the dead men?" "Yes," Larn said. "I knew him. He was a friend, a comrade." It was Len. His face slack and pale, his body covered in gruesome and horrendous wounds. He lay at the center of the pile with dead eyes staring up at the foreboding sky ahead. Having not seen Len die during their mad flight across no man's land, Larn had harbored the hope that simple-minded farm boy might have made it to the Vardan's lines and survived just as he had. Now that hope was dashed. Looking down at Len's face, Larn realized his last living link with his homeworld had been severed. He was truly alone now. More alone than he could have ever thought possible. Alone on a strange new world that seemed entirely given over to randomness, brutality, and madness. "He was a hero," the old woman said. "A hero?" Unsure of her meaning, Larn looked at her in confusion. For a moment, her eyes dim and uncomprehending with exhaustion, she returned his gaze in silence. Then, barely more animated than the dead bodies before her, she tiredly shrugged and spoke once more. "They are heroes," she said in a listless voice, as though reciting a speech she had heard 1,000 times herself. "They all are. All the guardsmen who die here. They are martyrs. By giving their blood to defend this place, they have made the soil of the city into sacred ground. Brosharok is a holy and impregnable fortress. The orcs will never take it. We will break their assault here, then we will push them back and reclaim this entire planet. So the commissars tell us," she added without conviction. Returning to their work, the woman made to lift Len from the pile. Finding him held fast and stuck to the other bodies by frozen and congealed blood, one of the women took a pry bar from the side of the cart. Sinking to his stomach, Larn watched her slide the bar under Len's body and put her weight on it, the corpse rising with a crack of splintered ice as her sisters pulled it free and tossed it onto the cart. Then, 2 of them pushing down the handles of the cart while the other stood by the side to stop its contents from falling out, the old woman began to wheel away the bodies they had collected. "What will you do with them?" Larn called out after them, not altogether sure he wanted to know the answer. "They will be buried," the woman he had spoken to earlier said. "Like heroes should be. Buried Up on the hill past the old plasteel works on the Grenady Place. Heroes Hill, it is called. Or, at least that is what they tell us. She shrugged again. We just transport the bodies. Others deal with their disposal. With that, she turned back to the burden of the cart, pushing it away with the other woman in the direction of the outskirts of the city. As he watched them go, Larn belatedly tried to remember one of the prayers he had been taught as a child. A prayer to ease the passage of the departed souls of his comrades into the afterlife as they went to join their emperor in paradise. His mind was a blank, his heart so sick with grief it felt dull and empty. All of his prayers had left him. Take off your jacket and pull back your tunic, he heard a voice say behind him. Turning, Larn found himself face to face with a gaunt Vardan medic wearing a blood-splattered greatcoat and carrying a satchel slung across his shoulder. If you want me to treat that shoulder wound, I will have to see it, the medic said, opening his satchel. Looking at his own left shoulder, much to his surprise, Larn noticed a small blood-stained hole in the epaulette of his jacket. Dimly remembering the sudden pain he had felt there when the orc bomb had exploded in the trench behind him, he did as the medic had asked, removing his jacket and pulling down his tunic shirt to allow him access to the wound. The good news is you'll live, the medic said, prodding at the wound while Larn shivered in the cold. Looks like you were winged by a piece of shrapnel. Took a little bit of flesh with it, but it doesn't look as though the bone is broken. Taking his sachet of white powder from inside his bag, the medic poured it liberally on the wound and pressed a gauze pad over the hole, applying half a dozen pieces of adhesive tape to hold the dressing in place. You didn't realize you had a hole in you, I take it, he said. Then seeing Larn nod, he continued. Probably shock. Get yourself some recaf food, too, if you can find it. It'll help you get yourself together, though I warn you, you probably won't thank me for that advice in an hour's time. Once you get your feeling back, chances are you'll find that wound aches like a bitch. You have morphia? 4 vials, said Larn. In my med pack. Good. Let me see it, the medic said. Then when he saw Larn hesitate, he held out his hand in command. Kit inspection. As company medical officers, my job to make sure you are properly equipped. Pulling the slim, oblong wooden case of the med pack he'd been issued with on Jumail from his belt, Larn handed it over. Breaking the seals on the box lid, the medic slid it open and checked the contents. Morphia, vein clamps, sterilizing fluid, synth skin canister. Wherever you're from, they obviously don't believe in sending their sons underequipped to war. Still, my need is greater than yours. I'm gonna have to requisition some of your supplies. But you can't just help yourself to my med pack, Larn said in outrage. The regulations say a lot of things, new fish, the medic replied, taking a handful of items from inside the med pack and dropping them into a satchel. Though you can be sure whatever genius wrote them never troubled himself actually finding out if they worked in practice. Anyway, I'm leaving you with half of the gauze, morphia, and clamps. Plus you get to keep the insect repellent. Given the climate, there's not much call for it hereabouts. But if I should get seriously wounded, then you'll need a medic. Just scream loudly and I'll come running. Tossing the depleted med pack back to him, the medic closed the satchel before looking at Larn once more. Now, he said, seeing as you're standing about here on your own, I take it you've not been assigned to duties yet? No, my company was destroyed and... Go see Corporal Vladik, the medic said. He'll sort you out. Tell him Medical Officer Svenk sent you. Corporal Vladik? Over there, the medic said, pointing to one of the dugout entrances as he turned to walk away. Barracks Dugout 1. Vladik is our quartermaster. The biggest scavenger, thief, pack rat, and all-round scrounger in the sector. You know him when you see him. Oh, and word to the wise, new fish. Don't drink any more than 2 cups of Vladik's recaf, or else next thing you know you could be charging the Orc Alliance on your own in a one-man assault. Walking down the earthen steps underground into the dugout, Larn was greeted with a warm blast of air thick with the smell of smoke and the odor of stale sweat. Eyes watering at the stench of it, he stepped past a couple of guardsmen playing dice just inside the doorway, and made his way into the barracks. Inside he saw 2 lines of rusting metal bunks arranged either side of an iron stove in the center of the room, where a group of Ardan sat talking, eating, or cleaning their weapons. For a moment, Larn considered asking them if any of them had seen Corporal Vladik. Then, seeing a flabby, unshaven Vardan in a stained undershirt sitting alone at a table in the corner of the room, Larn remembered the medic's description and knew he had found his man. Crammed on ramshackle shelves and in alcoves cut deep into the earth of the wall behind the corporal was a treasure trove of scavenged equipment. Larn could see lasgun power packs, frag grenades, boxes of dry rations, shotgun shells, bayonets, and knives of all shapes and sizes, spade, picks, hand axes, lanterns, uniforms, helmets, flak jackets, even a large metal claw that only could have come from the arm of a dead orc. Meanwhile, on the table and the floor around him were a number of standard-issue guardsmen's field rucksacks, the contents of which the corporal was currently busy digging through the grim enthusiasm of a bandit chieftain surveying his latest spoils. Corporal Vladik? Larn asked, approaching the table. Medical Officer Sphinx said I should come see you.
Ah, more cannon fodder, the corporal said, pushing the rucksacks aside to clear space as he looked up at Larn with a glint of a smile in his red-rimmed eyes. Always good to see some new grist for the mill. Welcome to the 902nd Bar, Dan, new fish. Find yourself a chair. You would like some recaf? I have some brewing. Turning to the battered pot of recaf perched precariously on a small hot plate beside him, the corporal produced a pair of enamel cups and filled them to the brim with black steaming liquid. He noticed Larn staring darkly down at one of the rucksacks still left on the table. Here we go. 2 cups of Vladik special recaf. Nice and hot, the corporal said. Sadly, we have to make do with a ground-up concoction of local roots and tubers rather than the real thing. Even the Emperor himself would be hard-pressed to find any real recaf for this hellhole, and we all know he can work miracles. To give it a bit more kick, I mix in 1/10 of a dose of powered stims, which, incidentally, works wonders for the flavor. But I see you seem to be interested in one of my latest acquisitions, new fish. Though from the expression on your face, I have a feeling you're not about to make me an offer.
This rucksack, Larn said, feeling dead inside as he looked at the words Jumel 14 stamped on the side. It could have belonged to one of my friends.
I would be surprised, Vladik said, then gestured to the pile of rucksacks lying on the floor beside him. Not this one, then perhaps one of these other packs did. So, what of it? It is not as though this equipment is likely to be of help to its previous owners anymore. While it could mean the difference between life and death for someone still living on the line. It is a simple matter of the fair and logical distribution of resources, new fish, which, in this case, means that the living get to keep the things the dead no longer have any use for. Besides, if I hadn't had the foresight to liberate these packs from the bodies of the dead, someone else would have. You would have preferred I had let the militia auxiliaries get them so they could make us trade for the contents? This is Brussels rock, new fish. Forget all that 9/10 rubbish. Here possession is the whole of the law.
And if I was killed, said Larn angrily, would you loot my body as well?
In a heartbeat, new fish. Your lasgun, your bayonet, your pack, your boots, not to mention whatever medical supplies the esteemed Sphinx was kind enough to leave you with. Anything that might be of use to us. But you needn't feel so put upon. It's the same for everyone else here, myself included. But until tomorrow, I should expect to have my equipment stripped and reallocated before my body even goes cold.
Not much likelihood of that happening, Larn spat. Not with you sitting warm and safe in here in this dugout while outside good men are dying.
Good men, Vladik said.
his voice low with menace as the warm facade of moments earlier abruptly faded.
Don't talk to me about good men dying, Goofish. In 10 years, in this stinking cesspit, I've seen men, good and bad, die by the thousands. Some of them are friends of mine, others weren't. But any one of them was worth more than you and all your idiot recruit friends put together. You think, just because I'm sitting here, I don't know what it is to fight? I was killing the Emperor's enemies when you were still sucking greedily on your mother's teat. How do you think I ended up with a leg like this?
Taking an enormous combat knife from the table before him, Vladek smacked it down against his left leg for emphasis, the flat of the blade making a dull metallic noise through his trouser leg as it struck his knee. You have an augmented leg? Lawrence said, shocked.
Augmented? Pah! The tank would be a fine thing. Along with everything else bionics are in short supply hereabouts. This is a Mark III non-motive prosthetic left leg model. I had to borrow the salvage parts from a knocked out sentinel for it. Never mind what it cost me to get the damned apothecary to fit it. I think it's time you sat down and stopped your mewling, you fish, before I become so offended at your big mouth and flagrant disregard for my hospitality that I waste this good recraft by throwing it in your stupid snot-nosed face.
Hearing someone laugh in another part of the dugout, Lawrence suddenly realized the other Vardans must have heard every word Vladek had said to him. His face burning with shame and embarrassment, Lawrence took a chair and sat opposite the corporal with eyes lowered, unwilling to meet the other man's gaze for fear his cheeks were still flaring scarlet.
Drink the new recaf, fish,
the corporal said, the storm of his anger passing as abruptly as it had started.
We'll begin again, you and I. Wipe the slate clean. I know it's been a hard day for you after all, and so I'm willing to make allowances. It's not every day that a guardsman finds she has been dropped on the wrong planet.
You know about that? Lawrence said, stunned. Did one of the men I was in the trench with tell you? Rebsik said...
Rebsik is dead, you fish, Vladek said. He died in the last attack. We talked about good men. Well, Rebsik was one of the best. I knew him nearly 20 years, all told. From back on Vardan, even before we were drafted into the Guard together. The parts for the Sentinel I used to buy this leg, it was Rebsik. Excuse me. It was Rebsik who went from No Man's Land to get them for me. Like I said, a good man. But no, the answer to your question, it wasn't Rebsik who told me about your misfortune. It was Kel. Though by then I heard it from all the other sources anyway.
Other sources? Who?
The Navy. About half an hour ago, Sector Command forwarded us a message from an orbiting troop ship, requesting that we inform the guard company that they just dropped that this planet wasn't in fact Celtura 7. Apparently, they forgot to tell you this. With all the excitement of the drop and so forth, a regrettable oversight caused by temporary failures in the line of communication. Those were their exact words, I believe. ASNAFU, as we call such things in these parts.
ASNAFU?
Situation normal, all fouled up. An apt and well-used acronym here on Brosarock, though you can substitute other words for fouled if you so desire.
But if they have realized their mistake, does that mean I am being reassigned? Larn asked, his heart grown suddenly hopeful.
No, Newfish. Frankly, the fact that the dropship chose to relay the news of your company's predicament at all was more by the way of an afterthought. The main purpose of the message was to demand to know what the hell we had done with their lander. I am told the response when they heard the lander had been shot down and would not be returning was unrepeatable. By now, they are likely already underway again and far from this planet.
So, I am stuck here, Lard said glumly.
You and the rest of us, Newfish,
Vladek said, heading forward to delve through a box full of gray-black coats sitting under the table.
Now drink your recaf, and we will see about getting you sorted. A new greatcoat and urban camouflage pattern would seem as good a place to start as any. It will help you to blend in and make you less of a target, not to mention keeping you warm. This time of year it's cold enough to have a man passing ice cubes every time he voids his bladder. I have one here that should fit you perfectly, give or take. No need to worry much about the blood on the lapels. I'm sure you'll find it brushes off easily enough once it is time to dry.
10 minutes later, courtesy of Corporal Vladek's scavenged stores, Larn found himself the new owner of a greatcoat, a pair of woolen gloves, 2 frag grenades, a fur-covered helmet, a small lump of whetstone, and a comm bead tuned to the local comm frequencies used by the Vardans. Then, as Larn finished the last bitter mouthful of Ursat's recap from his cup, Vladek asked to see his dog tags, and wrote his name and number on a clipboard beside him.
That is it for now, new fish, Vladek said. We will come back here and see me again in 15 hours' time. Then, I can issue you with some more of the more valuable and sought-after pieces of equipment. Hot-shot power packs for your large gun, extra flag grenades, a lap pistol, smoke grenades, and so on.
Why 15 hours? Larn asked.
You will sure enough that in this place there are some questions that are better not to ask, new fish. That is one of them. Just come see me again in 15 hours, and try not to think about it in the meantime. Oh, and new fish, I almost forgot. You will need one of these.
Removing a slim black copy of the Imperial Infantryman's uplifting primer from a shelf behind him, Vladek offered it to Larn across the table. But I already have one, Corporal, Larn said. I was issued with my copy of the primer on my first day of basic training back in Jumail.
Well, congratulations, new fish, Vladek said. Now you have 2 copies. You will need them, and it's better not to get caught short. You will find this little book to be a vital tool when it comes to the nitty-gritty of the day-to-day living here in Rosarok. The paper it is printed on is most absorbent.
Handing him the book along with his dog tags, Vladek turned to the hot plate to pour another steaming cup of recaf.
Anyway, that's enough equipment for you to be getting on, new fish,
Vladek said, turning back towards Larn and nodding at something behind him.
Next, we should see about getting you fixed up with a fire team. Fortunately, here comes our company commander, right on cue.
Seeing the figure in a greatcoat approaching through the corner of his eye, Larn sat bolt upright from his chair and saluted smartly, only to find himself facing the same Vardan sergeant he had seen lead the counterattack against the orcs earlier. Why is there a new fish saluting me, Vladek? The sergeant said, stepping past Larn to take a cup of recaf from the corporal's hands. He has mistaken me for a general, perhaps.
An entirely understandable mistake, given your commanding presence and natural air of authority, Sergeant, Vladek said, smiling. Then again, I just told him you are a company commander. Perhaps he thinks that makes you a lieutenant.
A lieutenant? I am disappointed, Vladek. If I'm going to be mistaken for an officer, I thought I would have rated colonel at best. Then, the mere suggestion of a smile ghosting at his lips, the sergeant turned back to Larn. Then you can put your hand down, by the way, trooper. Even if I was a lieutenant, we don't hold much with saluting here. It only gives the orcs something extra to aim at. I assume you have a name? Well, other than new fish, I mean. Trooper First Class Larn, Arvin A., reporting for duty, Sergeant. Larn said, his hand falling but his back still ramrod straight as he stood to attention. Number 81576- At ease, Larn, the sergeant told him. Save it for the parade ground. As I say, we don't stand much on ceremony here. All right, then. I'll take it you have already given your name and number to Corporal Vladek so he can forward them to General HQ. Yes, Sergeant? Good. Then it may be that HQ will order you reassigned to duties elsewhere in the city. In the meantime, standing orders on the disposition of new troops are clear. You're dropped into our sector. That means you belong to us. You're hereby seconded to the 902nd Vardan until further notice, Larn. Welcome to Company Alpha. My name is Shelkar. Until you're assigned elsewhere or HQ gets around to sending us a new lieutenant, You'll be taking your orders from me. Are we clear? Clear, Sergeant. How long since you took the Eagle? The Eagle, Sergeant? I mean, how long since you were inducted into the Guard? 4 months, Sergeant. 4 months? You are green, then. You haven't seen much action. No. Today was my first engagement, Sergeant. Well, you survived it, at least. I suppose that shows us something. For a moment, his eyes suddenly grew sad and distant. Chelkar fell silent, certain he was being judged somehow by that silence. Larn felt a rising urge to defend his worth. You need not to worry, Sergeant, he said. I will not let anyone down. I'm a guardsman. I will do my duty. I am sure you will, Larn. Chelkar's expression was grave. But remember, part of that duty is for you to keep yourself alive, so you can fight again tomorrow. To that end, you will do the following things. You will follow orders. You will keep your eyes and ears open. You'll watch your comrades' backs just as they will watch yours. But most of all, there will be no heroics, no foolhardiness, no unnecessary risks. This is Brosharak land. There are no heroes here. The orcs keep killing them. Do we understand each other? Yes, Sergeant. All right, then, Shelkar said before returning to call out to one of the guardsmen standing beside the stove. Devir, come over here and meet our new recruit. In response to Chelkar's call, Larn saw a stocky, diminutive Vardan move away from the stove and come walking towards them. With a sinking heart, he recognized him at once as the same ugly, dwarfish guardsman who had given him his lasgun back after the battle. Devir, this is Larn. We have met already, Sergeant. Hello, new fish. Good, said the sergeant. Larn, I'm assigning you to Fire Team 3 under Devir's command. With all due respect, Sergeant, Devir said, given the new fish's lack of experience, wouldn't it be better to assign him somewhere else until he finds his feet? Fire Team 3 is a frontline unit after all. This whole company is a frontline unit, Devir, Chelkar said. If you can think of anywhere I could send him in this entire sector where the orcs wouldn't be shooting at him, I'd be glad to hear of it. Besides, your fire team is under strength. You need him, and I'm sure I can rely upon you to look after him and show him the ropes. You are right, of course, Sergeant, Devir said grudgingly. Come on, then, new fish. Get your kit and follow me. We have orcs to kill, you and I. Turning, Devir strode away at a surprisingly brisk stride, forcing Larn to hurry his own pace up to catch them. Then, as Devir walked through the door at the end of the barracks and headed up the steps out of the dugout from behind him, Larn heard the Vardan muttering venomously to himself under his breath. Need him, he heard Devir whisper to himself. Need him, my Vardan ass. Like I need to be nursemaiding a damn new fish. So having had to spend 10 years in the company of that fat half-wit Bullavan wasn't bad enough. Now you've gone and saddled me with a war virgin just to add to my woes, damnation! Reaching the head of the steps to emerge into the cold air outside, Devir turned to give Larn a withering gaze as he waited for him to catch up. Come on, new fish. I haven't got all day. Though I suppose I should thank the heavens for small mercies that you've managed to negotiate the stairs without losing your lasgun again. Not that I mean that as an invitation, mind. You lose that damn thing again, don't expect me to go finding it for you. You want to go around confronting orcs with no other weapons than what nature gave you. Next time you're on your own. I'll leave you to it. Now, come on, let's get moving, and when we're heading for the trench, keep your damned fool head down. Not that I got any qualms about seeing the orcs blow your head off, you understand. I just don't want to run the risk of the damned greenskins missing and hitting me instead. So it went on, with Devir unleashing a constant tirade of insults and complaints as, trailing in his wake, Larn followed him up the low-rise towards the firing trenches and the front line. As they ran half-crouched towards their destination and the tirade continued, Larn abruptly found himself briefly entertaining a notion that until a few minutes before would have never occurred to him. Suddenly, he found himself feeling strangely nostalgic for the good old days of Sergeant Ferris. End Chapter 7.
You are so good at this.
I'm glad you enjoy it. This book gives me enough characters to work with, thankfully. And they're not
Wow.
terribly difficult characters either. Like, they're not giving me some, like, high-pitched pipsqueak to work with.
Also, well, Senri apparently has a request, but the Lucario TF art has been finished.
Nice!
You request that
what is
Rygon Storytime becomes a returning thing to the channel? I agree.
Well,
But you
sure.
gotta make sure
I
I'm
certainly
around.
don't mind. Make sure you're around.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. There's certainly plenty of books out there, and I certainly don't mind giving them reading, so long as people are okay with me stumbling over sentences and keeping character voices in mind, since most of them will probably be first readings. Can I give lessons in voicing? Honestly, a big part of it just comes down to practice. Voicing
Yeah.
is also not something that comes with making silly voices. You know, anyone can come up with a silly voice. What really matters is the pacing of your silly voice. You've got to be able to put inflections in the right places. You've got to be able to understand when to let go, when to pause, when to move forward, and when to move forward quickly. You got to kind of think of it like as if you're driving a car. Sometimes you'll enter into the slow areas, and sometimes you'll enter into the faster areas. You have to understand when to watch your eyes for the road and when to yell at another driver.
Voice acting is called voice acting because it is acting. You've
Yes.
got to, you really have to commit to it. You have to get into the character. Like, yeah, you can change your own voice. That's easy. The hard part is actually getting to the character. Like, for me, I stumble a bit, but it works for the Skaven voice. I think it's pretty good. The one that I do. But it's because, you know, normally I relatively slow with my talking. But with the Skaven, it's... Yes, we definitely have to get this done, yes. We'll go ahead and kill stab them and just absolutely destroy them. Yes. You know, I have to speed up the way that I'm talking in order for it to fit a Skaven talking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's definitely more than just simply putting on a voice. You got to put some emphasis and substance behind it. And you got to know your pacing. That is what's going to help the audience to understand and listen to you. And if you truly do want to practice, I highly recommend you practice two things. One of them is to know how to say things clearly. You'd be surprised how often that is not really a skill for people. If people can't understand you, then there's not much point in speaking, is there?
No.
The other one is simply take some time to find some pieces of work out there and read them. That's literally it. Occasionally I will take things and I will read them just out loud to myself. I will try to come up with new ways of saying things. I'll practice my narrator voice. And I will practice my own pacing as well as the difficulty of pronouncing certain words. Because especially if you're going to be doing voice acting via reading books, you have to be able to essentially adapt to whatever the text is presenting you with. You'll notice sometimes, for example, I have to take a pause because I'm not sure which character is speaking a line. So I have to read ahead a little bit before I actually speak it.
Yeah, reading a book, it's sometimes very difficult to figure out, okay, who's this person? And when you're normally reading, it's fine. You can pull that off. But when you're doing it, when you're actually reading it out to others and voice acting the lines and such, like when you actually do, I've looked into it, but when you're actually narrating a book and doing voices with it, you read through that section of the book 4, 5, or even more times before you actually do the recording. And even then, sometimes you have to take a couple of extra takes.
I will also say another thing, especially when it comes to books, you gotta keep your characters' voices in line, and you gotta make sure they're each distinct from each other. You notice that I've given good old Larn here kind of a simplistic voice. That's so he stands out from the more colorful characters around him. Some characters, even if they don't mention that they might have, like, say, a lisp or a growl or something like that, I still give it to them specifically so they stand out from the others. Of course, I don't always succeed with this, especially as they present more characters into a scene, but, you know, I do what I can, considering this is a first reading. And to anyone wondering what that means, a first reading is essentially just a practice read-through of a story to get the pacing, get the works. If I were to seriously do an like an audiobook or something like this, I would probably read through the story about 3 times. And the first time being the practice to get the pacing and the characters, and the last 2 times to get the bits and pieces I would need in order to create the final audiobook. So, like, for example, the first time actually reading it seriously, I might stumble over bits and pieces, and the second reading, I might not stumble over those same pieces.
Duke. For Skaven, when they are talking, it is generally fast-paced. They've got the double words to it. There's a lot more to talking as a Skaven than just, normal voice. And yeah, the more you practice, the better.
Yep.
You gotta practice. The results of my kind of reading are the result of over a decade of practice, just by myself. I've taken musical lessons, and I have just done silly voices, and I've done the whole gamut of things since I was rather young. I am by no means perfect, and I certainly don't expect to be standing along the sides of, like, other incredible voice actors. But what you're hearing now isn't just simply me deciding I want to do silly voices one day. This is work.
Mm-hmm. Work and practice.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of practice, here's one for you. Hey, what if we didn't combine dozens of unrelated political positions into 2 color-coded options?
That sounds like something someone from the other color would say. Get 'em, boys.
I like voicing memes. Memes are some great breeding grounds for voice acting.
could I not use my my Goblin Slayer that I got? But yeah, there's a lot to it. I know.
I also do music. Go ahead.
I know for me, there's some characters that I voice that I don't change that much from my regular voice. Like the Martens, I simply get a little bit higher pitched and more squeaky with them. But otherwise, it's still just my normal voice. But then for Jet, he's a little squeaky. I tried to go for more of a more of a gravelly tone to it, and I specifically add in a few extra uhs in there because he is more cautious. He thinks about what he is saying, and so his speech is a little bit more paced and slower as he's thinking about what he's saying and such. A little stuttery, exactly, Chris Hobbs.
Mm-hmm.
The professor on the... Sorry, Rygon, but I just wanted to show the difference between the professor and Jet. The professor doesn't do quite as many uhs in his speech, and it's a bit more deeper rather than actually the squeakier side that I give to Jet. It is similar, yes, but there are distinct differences hearing them side by side. Go ahead, Rygon.
I was just simply going to say that if you truly do want to pursue the path of becoming a voice actor, don't try to come up with dozens of voices. Instead, come up with just 2 or 3 that you can expand upon in a broad range. So take on that gruffly voice of a warrior, for example, but be able to have that warrior's talk in a moment of sadness, a moment of anger, a moment of fear. Instead of having yourself have dozens of voices, just have a small selection of a few that you can express emotion with.
Specifically, you want to, instead of, like he said, instead of coming up with one or with a bunch, focus on a few. Make yourself really good with that 1 or 2 or maybe 3 or so. I think I can take the guard on. I'm gonna go fight him.
Exactly, Krosovs. The reason why I'm able to do several voices and still do them at a certain kind of range is because of that practice. Doing 2 or 3 and optimizing them will help you to expand upon any others that you choose to use. Yeah, we'll take a pause here for a little bit longer, then I'll do at least 1 more chapter before I probably call it an evening.
No.
Well, I could keep going, but I'll probably mean I'll have to call in tomorrow, which honestly I wouldn't be against.
Take care of yourself first.
Eat.
You are super important, and we want you to take care of yourself.
Eat.
Also, this playthrough, I am doing very well, but the AI is struggling so bad. And I'm just sitting here going through the dungeon, because I can. Uh-oh. Oh, this sniper literally cannot, Oh, that... Well, actually, no. I think I'm good on both of these. Goblin Slayer, let's go! Bye, Goblin Sniper. Why did I get the auto kill option? I don't see any way they could have won that.
Well, that's why you got the auto kill option.
I did not.
Oh, dang.
Yeah. This one could pose a threat. And they rolled a 1. Cool. Now I get strong. And more crafty. Oh, hey. Achievement unlocked. The student becomes the master. Yeah, I'll take Brainwave. I know, right, Frosthusky? I didn't even realize. Rygon's storytelling is just so enthralling.
Yeah. Good night, sleep tight, don't let the coyote bite. Me.
Row.
Duke. Did that AI completely die again? I honestly wasn't paying attention. Let's see. Do I move 1 space and fight the living statue? Or do I move 2 spaces and kill the guard again? Actually, I got the Goblin Slayer now. It's a magic object. I'll go kill the statue.
Duke.
Goblin Slayer! And he's dead. I won by 5. Why are you killing the Marten? Well, Zoro, whether you think it sounds like that or not, that really isn't the case. I'm gonna throw the Reaper away from me. But I don't mind the werewolf hanging around, because I am a werewolf too.
You're a werewolf?
Yes, I am werewolf.
Oh
I'm
my
Lucario
gosh.
now.
Oh my gosh. Dead.
Why are you dead?
You're a werewolf. You ate me.
Why did I eat you?
Because that's what
Joke.
werewolves do.
I don't think I did that.
Dead.
How many spells does the Ascendant Divine start? What the hell is this thing? They start with 4 you begin the game with 4 spells face down on your character card. These spells are your divine gifts. Your divine gifts do not count as spells for the purpose of other effects and do not account against your spell limit. Whenever you gain strength or craft and have 4 or fewer divine gifts on your character card, take the top card of the spell deck and add it to the divine gifts on your character card. Once per round, you may cast one of your divine gifts as if it were a spell, though it does not count as a spell for the purpose of other effects and does not account against the maximum. Okay, at the start of your turn, you may discard one of your divine gifts to draw 1 spell. The hell?
That sounds complicated.
Yes, it does. And it sounds broken as hell. Then again, a lot of these characters sound broken as hell.
Right? Okay, I'm gonna try to find something to eat real quick, and then I shall continue. Unfortunately, I'm reaching that stage of the night where I'm feeling quite nibbly.
Nibbly is good. Food is good. Flesh of the Ninetales is good. Perhaps just a little nibble. Or maybe a chunk. Yes. Yes. Oh no, Chrysops. Why would you do this? I mean, Rygon's not here now. God damn it, Alexa. I don't want chili cheese dogs. Anyone want to donate to help me get some chili cheese dogs tomorrow? I'm only partially kidding. Book of Diablerie. No good character may have the Book of Diablerie. Add 1 to your craft. During your turn, you may discard
Hello,
1 follower
Commander.
to gain...
In response to your request, we have sent backup. Good luck, Commander. We are forever
Thank you
in your
very
debt.
much for that gift sub, Ryusho. Sure. I'll get another point to my craft. Yeah, except I won't get that until next month. Oh, the shapeshifter has finally come back to life. Took him long enough. Fair enough. Actually, no, that would not cover a chili cheese dog. I only get 250 of that. That would not cover one, actually. Oh, I haven't killed any of them. Yeah, these AI have been struggling this game. But a lot of this game is all about luck.
Luck, luck, luck.
Welcome back.
Good to be. I'm eating hamburger.
I guess I'll go kick the guard's butt again. Or go to the cavern. I'll go to the cavern. Oh, I have to count. Oh, God. Hello, Durg. Well, overall, my strength and modifier is higher than the... Oh, no, it's equal to, so it's just a roll of the dice. Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
And I roll a 1. And he rolls a 5. Might get a 6. Nope, another 1. Okay. Ow. Ooh, yay! Put the dragon to sleep. Thank ya.
Everything was
Now when I
fine.
face it again... Now when I face it again, it'll be weaker. Take that, shapeshifter! Hey there, New Year's! Oh, I'm very well done. I guess I'll lose my torch. It was nice while it lasted. Do, 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 do. The conclave will remain here for the rest of the game. You may discard one of your objects to claim one dragon scale from any Draconic Lord card. If you do not discard an object, you must draw a dragon token instead. Ah. Secret passage! Take me to the kitchen! You may roll one die to eat. Ooh, I got a 6! Full health, baby! Yes, I am, Rob.
Man, it's about 1 o'clock.
So no more chapter?
Depends on whether or not I decide to call in tomorrow. Again, probably wouldn't be a bad idea. Then I could just take the time to do MHEs and get hopefully some of them done and out of the way.
Yeah, that could work.
What's up?
That could work.
Yeah.
But what would, your boss think? That's kind of the big concern I have there.
Well, worst comes worst, I can always just do PTO.
Oh, okay. A giant rat and a giant worm. Oh, God. Both together? Really? And it's daytime, so I lost my +2, though I guess they do have -2 because it's day. Ooh, 6! I can accept a standoff. Alright, Grim Reaper, go for that divine. Yes, Azaro. Yeah, work and health takes priority, Rygon.
Okay, I guess we'll pause for today then. I'm glad you all enjoyed the readings as they were.
Wait. Ghosts can run into the living statue? I did not know that. Oh, I gotta defeat the Goblin Tunneler. Oh, but it's nighttime, so I get a +2. Cool. And I've got my Goblin Slayer. Oh, this goblin is dead.
Sure thing, Gib Gab. Thank you for being willing to, listen. I'm glad I was able to entertain at least some of you.
You entertained all of us. A lot. And at the least, it's really nice to just hang out.
It is.
Oi! Shapeshifter, stop winning! I want you to die. And there goes the Ascendant Divine again. No, Mr. Bond. I expect you to die.
You have returned.
Slytherite just resubscribed for 4 months. Duke Duke Duke. 4 months of acute Marten, sableroo, Firedog, Marsep and Rockruff. Duke Duke Row.
Slitherite, thank you so much for that resub and your 4 months of support. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. Well, to the monster pit! Well, let's see what...
Мне кажется, их надо парой заводить, знаешь, чтобы они друг друга мучили. Они заняты друг другом.
Well, this is... Oh, right, I've got this spell. I was gonna save it for the boss, but I could use it here and just slaughter them. Oh, God! I don't think that even if I double my craft, I will stand a chance against these. Their total bonus is 19. And my craft is at 8. If I double it, it'll go to 16. I do have a +2 modifier. So then it would come down to a roll of the dice. And after slaughtering that, I could definitely bump my craft up a heck of a lot. And I do have extra fate. Let's go for it. Oh, hey, I get to draw a new spell. Cast when you are defeated in battle or psychic combat. Even if you are killed, burn all your spells, objects, and followers. Burn the enemy that defeated you. If you were defeated by a character, they must lose 2 lives and burn 1 object and follower of your choice and 1 spell at random. I mean, that's great if I get defeated, but I'm going to go with this random one. What'd I get? Divine Intervention. That sounds good. Cast when you are defeated in battle or psychic combat. The attack is considered a standoff instead. Oh, that'll be nice. Okay. Wait, why did my craft only... Why did that not double my craft? Is it only the starting craft that it doubles?
Row.
I think it's only the starting craft that it doubles. There's literally no way for me to win this battle. Alright, I'll just auto lose. And we'll cast Divine Intervention. No, I do not want that Fiery Retribution. What the hell is this? Ooh. Oh, I am at least 7 for increasing my strength. Well, I don't want to waste 2 of those, so... Wait. Oh, I guess magic objects aren't counted. Yeah, I'll queue it anyways. See what I get. Do, 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 do. What you chuckling at, Rygon?
Memes.
Rank up.
Memes!
This
Congrats
hamlet
on the raid.
shall not fall.
Rolling Thundaga raiding
Rolling!
my stream with 14 viewers.
Rolling Thundaga! Hello! Thank you very much for that raid! How is your stream? Would you like a random clip from your channel brought up? Or would you like a regular shout out? Also, welcome on in! Hello there, Pokies Crypt. Welcome. Duke. Natsuru. Yes, I am doing Talisman. A regular one tonight? Alright. So you were doing a tabletop RPG? What were you doing? And welcome in, everyone. I am Raw Zim. We do variety gaming here. All sorts of things. Right now we're doing Talisman. Earlier tonight we had Rygon here, which you should all go check out. Rygon Plays as well. Reading us a story. And then we also have a lot of tabletop games here on the channel. D&D, well, D&D's up in the air, but Pathfinder, World of Darkness, Exalted, and a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon tabletop campaign. So, thank you so much for that raid. Everyone, do make sure you hit that follow button. And for those already here, make sure you share the love with Rolling Thundaga. Hello there, Chorby. You stole so many skies. It was Wet Bandits Night? That does not sound great, I think. Unless you were throwing the bandits into the river and getting them all moist.
Me. But yeah. We had story time earlier tonight. I'm sorry that you all missed it. I think you all would have enjoyed it. It was scenes of conflict and drama and coffee. Written or worded by a man with a lisp.
Wait, aren't we supposed to have a legendary beast out now? Holy crap, this space has so much crap on it. What the heck? That is a scary spot. Oh, no. The Mother of Monsters has arisen into a land of opportunity. She devours the creatures of the realm, preparing herself to spawn a new generation of monsters. One sec, Tiger. At the end of each round, Nukuasha moves to the nearest enemy on the board and devours it, placing the card onto Nukuasha. If there are multiple enemies on the space, one is chosen at random. Any characters on the space lose one life. Each card on Nukuasha symbolizes another head she has grown and adds 1 to her attack rolls. Once Nukuasha has amassed 20 enemies on her card, she will move 1 space closer to the chasm per turn. If she is on the chasm and has 20 or more cards, Nukuasha reaches the apex, spawning horrors which decimate the land. Each time you defeat Nukuasha, remove 1 of her heads and immediately exchange it for either a strength or craft. If Nukuasha had only 1 head remaining, she is killed. If you kill Nukuasha, take the Halt of Monsters Beast reward. Alright. What's going on, Tiger? Let me send you your card. Go to Wild for General. And you want an Amp and V pack. Speaking of the Amp pack, we actually have a new art for the one of the Pokemon TF cards. Oh, I'm sorry, Tiger. You know, I'm always here for you. But your packs have been sent.
Mm-hmm. How's my day been, Flying Spider? I've been sick. But I did get a good amount of my missing notes done, which I didn't know were missing till today.
Ooh, that's useful. The weighted dice then roll off to the discard pile. I will absolutely take those. Maybe I should go ahead and trade trophies now. Considering this monstrosity is on the field. I know the AI ain't gonna do anything about it. Oh no, Tiger. Oh yeah, Chorby, it's quite a lot of fun. I just discovered this a couple of days ago thanks to Rygon here. And yeah, it's a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun. I really love how customizable it is. Am I getting better, Flying Spider? No, I'm getting worse. I shall be dead before the morrow.
Also, you should all...
Serio Khan is reporting about a yellow-throated marten destroying a snowman. More at 6.
What were you saying?
I'm sorry, somebody played a card, or Serio played a card. But you all should go check out Tiger 2 Wild as well. They're a very great friend. And they are very cute.
They sing sometimes.
Oh yes, they sing so well. Tiger is a fantastic singer.
Tiger 2 Wild asks, dog-like Pokemon don't exist. What's your favorite Pokemon now?
I was wondering if next time I should do a reading with a voice mod.
Oh no.
I shall choose an excellent one.
So, dog-like Pokemon don't exist. What's your favorite Pokemon now?
A fox-like one.
You know, I always have liked, there's, Buizel. That is a great Pokemon. There's also, you know, I would probably go to Buizel. Yeah. I'll go with Buizel.
I'll be, Fine Shao. Like, I'm assuming dog-like includes all of the, like, Ninetales and shit, so I'll be
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I command pure chaos! Kinda.
You can
Tiger
redeem
2
love
Wild
explosions,
has
but since you're
turned
cheap,
Rhydon
you'll
into a
do
Buizel.
hearts.
They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
Rygon, you have been turned into a Buizel.
Weasel.
Was that the new one or the one of the other ones? Ah, that was one of the others. Okay.
Oh, Weasel. Zizzle Weasel.
Oh, right. Time for Stream Raiders. But yeah, we got Tiger, who is a fantastic, wonderful singer. Seriously, you all should go check them out. And then you got Rygon, who is an incredible storyteller. And then there's me, just some random guy with a mic that tries to entertain people.
Weasel pat pat.
Enjoy Marten noises. Yep, I'm just okay. Thank you, Rob.
Weasel.
I haven't gotten to hear you sing in forever, Tiger. Alrighty. And the victory is ours. Welcome back to being a Ninetales.
Yeah, Weasel's great.
Weasel is great.
But yeah, if you keep dragging out these talents of mine soon, then I might not have any left to show you guys with.
Oh, I'm sure you'll have plenty. Also, we'll use my Tiger 2 Wild archers. I should use the Tiger 2 Wild sync, though.
Well, if Kristoffs was a Pokemon, they would just simply say, Kristoffs, Kristoffs, Kristoffs.
Yeah, Tiger, you should come join us on Voice. You don't have to sing, but you're still welcome on Voice. Oh, wow. My craft didn't come. Okay. I'll trade for more craft.
Yeah. More crafting.
I'm trying to rush to this Mother of Monsters thing, but it's not working out for me so well.
You know what the German title of Ocarina of Time is, according to this meme?
No.
Das Flutenduten. That's why I stated that, at least according to this meme, because I was quite sure that it was not, in fact, the actual way with which to pronounce Ocarina of Time in German. And, according to Seriocon, it's Ocarina der Zeit.
Alzheimer dare.
Tiger! It is great to hear from you, my friend.
How are you, Zim?
I'm pushing through.
Yeah? accurate.
So, how are you?
That would be a Duke Arena of Duke. Thank you. Just so you know.
Arena. Yes. Your mic sounds different. Did you get a new one or?
Nope.
Oh.
It's the same one I've always used. Now, my voice sounds different in some games because the mic I use for voice chat on Discord is different than in-game voice chat, but it usually doesn't hit you, you know?
It just sounds a little different than normal. More clear.
Oh, thank you, thank you. So happy.
Crap. Wait, what was that?
What?
I heard you say something. But it was whispered.
Indubitably.
Ah.
Get it? Because you're Martin, so instead of indubitably, it's indubitably.
Indubitably.
See? Get it? I feel like that's something Dr. Really, Really Long Name should say.
I command pure chaos! Kinda.
Serio Khan has turned Tiger 2 Wild into a toxtricity. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
Well. Well, okay then. You just talk. You just say the name over and over.
Talks, 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 talks. Talks, 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 talksity, talks, talks. Talks. Talks.
Toxicity.
To be fair, Sirio, Tiger told you specifically to use the cards to mess with me.
Talks, talks.
Rank up. Hold the line. This hamlet shall not fall.
Hey!
Talks, talks,
Anyone
talks,
this course
talks,
rated my stream with 2 viewers.
Hello there, Pans and Alex.
Talks.
Thank you for that raid, Pants. How are you? How was your stream? Ah, you were doing Final Fantasy 14. Nice.
Ah. Talks. Talks, talk.
Duke Duke.
Talk.
You're getting drowsy?
Drowsy. Drowsy. Drowsy.
You are back to normal.
on the head of a pin as well.
I know.
Hey Tiger
I
2
just thought it was
Wild.
funny.
You have been
Ah, shit.
given an AMP and V pack through stream loots by Serio Khan. Good luck.
Oh, thank you.
Let me send that off.
You better. No, I'm kidding.
Your pack has been sent.
Yay! Pack, packety pack a pack. I know what that one does. I know what that one does. I don't know what that one does. I'm gonna save those for later. Aw, Pan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Shut up,
to
Alex.
hear
Nobody
that,
asked you.
Pan.
Pan.
Hey, Seda.
love physics.
Okay then.
Wait, what am I being targeted for? Seriously, AI? Do you not realize we are about to end we're about to lose this game? And the AI just stopped me, the only one that could possibly save it. But yeah,
Good
Pants, I'm
night,
sorry to
sweetheart.
hear it.
Well, it's time to go. Da-da-da-da-dum. Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. I hate to leave you, but I really must say good night, sweetheart. Good night. Good night, man.
Don't forget the little kissy.
Row.
Yeah, you got to do the kissy.
Dart, dart.
Dart, dart, dart. Is there a dart here? There is a dart here!
Oh, woo.
A duke!
That's not how you woo. Jet, are we going to have to send you back to howling classes?
A duke!
F. F.
Yes, pay your respects to me. Ooh, that's useful.
Like,
Row.
like, no, I'm not paying respects. I am not burying Jet.
But he's dead.
We're going to unalive you. You're going to be a real boy again.
Then suddenly, a small crystalline object falls from the sky.
Oh no! So Tiger,
Look
have
at
you
it.
and Seda met?
No.
Or
Well,
you and Rygon?
kind of.
Actually, you played with Rygon. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, I don't know who this is.
Who dat? New stream, who dis?
No.
Well, I mean...
They seem to know me and it scares me.
You two have played, Phasmo together with me.
I feel underdressed. I don't have a name tag banner thing.
Mary!
I don't need one. I'm just saying I feel underdressed for not having one.
Mary.
Doesn't mean being underdressed is a bad thing.
Mer?
It's winter, so please put on more clothes.
But we're in the log cabin. And the fire is warm.
The cold doesn't bother me anyway.
Sorry, but we're not talking about hardwood here in these parts. That's scandalous.
Duke.
Duke. Yeah,
I think, I think you just need to take the TOS and just let it go.
Let it go, let it go. Don't need that shit anymore. Oh, sorry.
All I know is that I can tell you live in a house where you don't have people sleeping around you.
Nope. I live all by myself, just me and my puppy. Yeah, that's you.
By
Hi.
myself. Don't wanna be all by myself anymore.
Sometimes alone is good.
I live on the opposite side of the house from everyone else. And they crazy and still run their ACs in the winter, so they have the extra noise to buffer it.
Jeez.
It's 68 degrees.
I don't live on the opposite side of the country from everyone else, but I used to. Now I'm about halfway across the country from everyone else.
Oh, Seda lives in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Like literally, like think the Bermuda Triangle. I'm at the top of it. Because I'm the apex predator around here.
Oh, you did, Pan.
Tell me your secrets. I must know.
Tell me what I want to know.
I wanna know, can you show me? Something's familiar about these stream problems I have.
Damn it! You beat me to it, and I hate it.
Let it go. That's it.
Because god damn it, Phil Collins did not have to go that hard on the Tarzan soundtrack.
Oh, it's so good.
Well, they just got grabbed by the, Ooh, they died. Can I steal their stuff?
Oh, shit.
I think the game forgot that I've queued this, spell.
What is going on?
What do you mean?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Somebody is drawing in my Discord server.
I was about to say how. I was about to say, how do you know that I'm drawing? I'm not streaming my perspective right now. Like, it's scary.
So good. You're doing so well. Except for that, you need to undo Control Z right there. No, the other Control Z. Okay, 3 Control Z's back. I'm sorry. There you go. That's better.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. You know, I didn't get that jacket just right.
I knew it.
Yeah. Look, I messed up. Like, you know.
Did you see the little tinge there? That just, just a slight swipe a little bit too hard or far, or
Oh, look, I'm gonna have to go back there like so many different holidays in here that are just like it's.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, look, that's a future state of problem. Like.
There you go. Yeah.
But what do you think? What do you think about what I'm working on right now? Like, what do you think that Zim's turning into?
I like it better when the coat also has tails. So I think it would work better if there were multiple tails involved.
Oh, you know
tails.
Damn it, Rygon, save enough tails for the rest of us.
I have 9 of them. That's enough for a hug for 9 people.
But I only have 1 tail. But no, Zim, you be proud of me. I got not one but two, I got not one but 2 things done today, and I'm working on the thing.
A thing?
Which thing?
The thing you tasked me with our contract.
I have tasked you with about 5 things with the contract. Oh, the original... God! Sorry, one of the AI just ran into the King of the Dead.
They win?
No! That thing's at 12/12.
Then fuck that AI.
But you're a 12 out of 10.
Will they just loop back around to 1?
1 is the lowest number that you ever... Anyway,
You know, I was thinking more Faith Hill 1 is breaking into 2. But, you know, that works too.
Faith Hill was great before she got married.
I honestly never followed that deeply.
just to see you smile. I'd do anything that you wanted me to. That's a song that her husband sings.
Did you slap into a Slim Jim? See, I made you smile.
A copper wyvern. All right. We're gonna destroy this thing. Auto kill.
That ain't as good as a silver wyvern. And it's even worse than a gold wyvern.
Rygon, you are delightful.
You're gonna need to get like 9 more of those just to get yourself a silver one.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez.
Yes! Listen to Reba. Reba is my mom's favorite artist of all time. Reba's amazing. I love Reba.
Have you seen the Reba show?
I haven't watched like the entire thing, but I have seen some episodes. She is so great. I love her.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I very much agree.
Oh, I really wish I could say something, but I can't because it's work related. Ah!
just sing it out.
No, it doesn't work that way. How would I sing this out if I were to sing it out? Please don't fire me. I don't want to get fired. No, I don't.
We're gonna call the NDA song.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I don't want to.
It's like,
that's the night when the lights went out in Georgia. That's like my favorite part is that little riff that they do in between. It's the night when they hung an innocent man. Yeah, some good stuff. Wow, I haven't listened to any country in so long. Oh my gosh. But I was raised on that shit. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Well, I've got enough wonder tokens to win the game now.
Yay!
Just gotta get to the end. And I'll encounter the dragon scale. Oh!
Hey,
Hey, yo, Leafeon. How you doing? We're just chatting.
Draco?
What?
Dracolich?
Hmm.
You should kick his ass.
Kick his ass, she bass.
Try.
Yeah, go on down there and kick his ass. If you can't do it, then I'm gonna disown you.
Well,
You can take him. Sirio said you could take him, and if you can't, you can take him to dinner and see if they'll run away.
How?
Yeah, they only do that when they,
Or
they'll only do that once you go in for the kiss because they don't got lips.
Yep.
I mean, or you know, you could take him to dinner and, you know, maybe invite him back. You never know. You know, nice dinner, you know, some wine, you get to know him.
Yeah. I think,
just don't do it how I did it, because, you know, that was, in hindsight, a very bad idea.
It's 12:30. You should get to bed, Leafeon. Just like me.
Aww.
I have words, but I'm not gonna say them because I'm a nice person and I don't feel like starting shit today.
But what would you even be starting? We haven't said anything.
It is, isn't it? I love it. It's such a good song.
Okay.
Okay, I believe you.
Okay.
Work, work, work your Rygon. Work it all the time.
I feel dirty.
I feel dirty. Oh, so dirty. Dirty and never mind. You make a song?
Revenge is mine, Goblin Marauders!
Leafeon says, to be honest, they just want to stay up. Another thing is they like to explore Twitch live streams. Well, welcome! I am here talking with my friends. We're all hanging out.
Sorry, allergic to bullshit.
And I'm having my friends yell at me to go to bed.
No. Bed is dumb.
But bed is where dreams happen.
And sorry,
Yes.
sorry everyone. I guess calling people friends is bullshit. Therefore, I have no friends.
Oh, you don't. It's not that you have no friends. It's that perhaps your friends aren't here with you. What do you mean I'm not helping
no
your brain?
friends. Thank you for the follow, Leafeon. Much appreciated. I'm glad that you can be a part of our wonderful community. I hope you enjoy your stay.
Yes, Ryusho. Bed is where other things happen too.
Hey, do you have one of these commands yet?
But hey, the first step to having your dreams come true is to actually have the dreams in bed. Sorry, Dart, in order to go to bed, you must cross that river over there. Oh, no!
Sorry, Gib Gab, I don't know what you're talking about. We have no Warhammer 40k sound effects going on right now.
Nope, I got nothing. I'm sorry.
Sleep well, Panthenea. Thank you so much for the raid and coming by. That poor kobold.
You hear dark side? Lies. Lies and slander. I definitely did not boot it up.
The Exorcist just got his ass handed to him by a freaking kobold. Yes, it just won.
Hey, Slytherin, I'll do you one better. I live on an island and I don't like fish. Just as like a dish, like food-wise, like fish in the ocean, love them.
So you're saying you are tasty.
I have no clue where you drew that conclusion, and I think that is proper evidence for you to go to sleep.
Nah, not yet. Ow. Oh yeah, Frost Husky. Reba's I'm a Survivor is fantastic.
But will you survive?
I will survive. Not doing it.
But you
Hey,
already
I tried my
started.
best to. I tried my best to set it up.
You already started though, Tiger.
Nope, I don't know what you're talking about.
At first I was afraid, I was petrified.
That's how you started.
Kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. But it's been...
No, keep going.
But then I spent so many nights thinking how you did me wrong, and I grew strong, and I learned how to get along, and so you're back from outer space. I just walked in to find you here with that sad look upon your face. I could have changed that stupid lock. I should have made you leave your key. If I'd known what, if I had known for just 1 second, you'd be back to follow me. Go on now, go. Walk out the door. Just turn around now, 'cause you're not welcome anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to hurt me with goodbye? Think I'd crumble? You think I'd lay down and die? Oh no, not I. I will survive. Oh, as long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. I've got all my life to live, and I got all my love to give, and I'll survive. I will survive. Hey, hey. Do a little, like, epic little violin.
Wait, that's not how violins sound.
Close enough.
Yep, close enough.
I'll take it.
Yep. Yeah, right, Ryushu, I think this is a very valid conclusion. I spent way too many of my elementary, middle, and high school years surrounded by choirs.
Woo! Victory is mine!
Yay!
Also time for stream raiders.
Yay!
Start the battle!
I recognize that voice. That's the fucking dwarf from Vermintide.
No, you die.
Okay.
That's just how the Vermintide rats talk. They're like, oh.
Hello again, Evolution.
You woke up? Well, that's awesome. Now go back to sleep.
For good.
Fare thee well. I'd say it was nice knowing you, but I haven't really got to meet you yet.
By the way, Chrisovs, I need shoutouts for all the wonderful people that also stream that are here in voice with me, please.
Oh, okay, I gotta go. I will see you guys later.
You're getting a shout out regardless.
Bye.
Look, but people are now going to expect me to be singing in my streams.
Do it.
So,
You
I
don't
don't
already?
see how this is a bad thing.
Sounds like a personal problem.
I don't want to set unrealistic expectations. We just get, sit around with our hot beverage of choice and we just chill and hang.
By the way, everyone, do make sure you check out the Tiger 2 Wild Saint skin. It'll help out my friend Tiger with their stream raiders.
Also, Evolution, I don't know how I can effectively sing if you're bonking me.
It's difficult, but you can do it. Well, it depends on how hard they bonk you, really.
It also kind of depends on the difficulty of the song.
Yar.
Bonk, 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 bonk. Alrighty then. It's almost 2 o'clock. I should probably be starting to sign off.
You will be missed.
I know. I'll probably call in tomorrow. I don't really feel like stuff.
Alright. Just to make sure you take care of yourself.
Well, that's why I'll be calling in tomorrow, so I can.
Fair.
Yeah. By doing that, I can concentrate on getting as much of the MHEs done as possible, and yeah, we shall get that done.
All right, Ryusho, sleep well. Don't forget to lurk. Oh, the shapeshifter was killed. I'm sorry,
Good night,
Sega.
everybody.
Night, Rygon. Rest well. Fluffy
Night,
dreams.
Rygon.
All the fluffy dreams.
Rygon.
The Rygon is no longer right here.
But he's gonna Ry come back, right?
That just sounds wrong on so many levels.
You've right gone too far.
Look, this is 4:43 Seda. Just kick me out of the call. And never let me back.
But I like having
You
my
just
friend.
need a little break. Just kidding.
Okay then. Bye.
Bye.
There I gone.
Thanks for joining.
The weather outside is frightful, and the fire is so delightful. And since we know place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. He's going away, and it's really, really cold, so he shouldn't go because it's cold. But he's gone. Oh, who fell down and hurt themselves?
Oh, that was me.
Oh.
Duke, 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 duke.
Is this the sound that the Zim train makes?
It's the sound of the
Duka, 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 duka.
when the doves cry.
Oh,
Ah,
shapeshifter has finally perma-died. Achoo!
Achoo?
Achoo? Achoo.
Oh, woo.
No, whoa.
Oh, woo.
I really do need to go though. There's someone hollering at me, so I will talk to you guys later. Thanks for the fun.
Tell Fetch I said hi.
It's not Fetch, but thanks for thinking.
Oh.
But when I talk to Fetch, I will tell him you say hi.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
And as is customary, I shall give my standard farewell on Discord. Okay, love you. Bye-bye!
The Duke. Seda. Seda. What?
Oh no, please continue. I'm very curious where you're going with this.
Seda, come and we wanna go home. Seda, come and... You really thought I wouldn't go that way?
Oh no, I knew you were going that way, but I was just curious how far you take it.
Why am I missing turns? What the hell is going on here? I literally need to go kill this thing before we all lose. Will you all stop freaking messing with me?
Look, I'm sorry I can't help you. I'm just thinking, gosh, we need to do a panel at Anthrocon. We're advertised it as Pokerolls, but just going to be 2 hours of complete gibberish. And memes. So many memes.
And now I have been moved to the jail.
But the important question asks, what kind of jail?
You know the kind.
Oh no. I'm sorry,
Yes.
I can't
Hold
break
on.
you out of that
You're
one.
coming.
Joke.
You're coming with.
Wait, no,
I'm
I'm
dragging you
not.
in there.
No, I've been a good boy.
Welcome in.
Fuck.
Now here are your mandatory bonks. Bonk, bonk,
Ah! What did I do to deserve? Actually, wait. I know what I'm doing to deserve this.
bonk. Yeah.
Yeah. You just wanted to be turned into a Palamute.
Yep. Oh god, this thing. Oh, I can't kill this thing.
It's too cute. You know, definitely too
Definitely
cute. That is adorable.
We've lost this game.
See, the only valid solution now is to hug it and toss that stockpile of Pokeroll plushes at it and bury it in cuteness.
Wait, why am I choosing a card from the board?
Because you've been a good boy.
Have I? Have I really? I mean, I got sent to jail.
Yeah, but you did your time. You were reformed.
Oh, I definitely haven't. I think I just showed the guard a good time.
Oh, TOS?
What? I showed him how to play D&D. Wait, no, not that anymore. Pathfinder. Yeah. Better yet, Pokeroll. Yeah, Seda, you should be my shield.
Look, I preferred Pokemon Sword.
Mer?
Fro. See, you're learning your Pokemon.
If you want to be my Pokemon Sword, well, okay. Yeah, I showed him my soft, squeaky balls. I have nice, soft, squeaky tennis balls.
Yeah, did any of them look like this?
Ow! Yes, there's some in there.
And my job here is now done.
No. You can't go yet, but I do appreciate the head pats.
But I now have, 69,000 egg coins.
Ah. That's what you mean.
Oh, now 69,015.
How can you even see the total amount?
I hovered over it.
Ah.
With my techno magic.
Right, I forgot you could do that.
I can do a lot of things, including leave this call.
But why would you? Did he leave?
No, I'm back.
Yay! I like hanging out with my friend.
But I can't go to bed at 7:15 in the morning again.
That's fair. Well, I'm killing a pet to get a pet. I got a skunk. I got a stinker. Instead of attacking an enemy, you may place it in the next space clockwise or counterclockwise. You may only do this once per turn. Yeah, no Seda snap. We're not snapping Seda away. Seda is friend. We keep Seda. We pet Seda. We call Seda good boy.
And do you know what I say to that?
What is that?
Do you know what I say? This chocolate is fucking delicious.
Yes, it is. Pat, 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 pat. I know Doomsday is on a countdown. I've got the stuff I need mostly to go win the game. It's just a matter of how fast I can get over there. Luckily, once that thing gets its 12 whatchamacalls, I'll be able to... Alright, once it gets to its 20, it'll take quite a while to move back to where it needs to go. Sure, I'll take that. What do you mean I can save scum? There's not really a save scum method in this game.
And he can because I have the time stone right now, so.
You have the time stone? Oh no.
Of course I do. Why do you think Jack can snap me? I had to go collect all the Infinity Gems.
That doesn't sound good. Oh, hi there, big monster. I can't fight you. So I'm gonna run away. The only concern I have is I don't have a talisman, but I don't know if I need one in this area.
Nope, you just need the power of friendship.
The power of friendship compels you!
The power of friendship compels you. The power of friendship compels you. The power of friendship compels you.
The power of TF compels you?
I mean, that is the reason why I'm staying up late right now.
Ooh, you coloring TF?
Take a wild guess.
Of course. That makes sense. It is you.
I mean, what have I been talking about all stream?
Good point. I forget which one you're drawing.
The what you tasked me to draw? The one that's in the contract.
Yeah, like I said, there's like a dozen in there.
There's only one.
Is there only one? I could have sworn there were several.
No, we have the big one, which is what I'm working on, and then because I want to be all, super technical with it, you do get one more after that. That's like a regular size one.
Ah.
And then anything else would have to be, dependent upon actual contract changes.
Yeah, we need to expand that contract.
So actually, we'll have to talk about that, because since the other thing in the contract didn't happen, I don't think the small thing is required anymore at the moment.
Which other thing didn't happen?
The Growlithe.
That's still gonna happen. That's still on the list.
Okay, fair.
But I love that Lucario one.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Mary definitely does a fantastic job. She didn't think she would when I first was like, hey, will you do TF? Oh crap. It's reached its 20. Ah!
Should be all the colors of the Zim Rainbow.
All the colors?
All the colors.
I don't know. You might be missing some.
I probably am, but that's a future state of problem. Because I want to do good, and I want to show you the progress that's being made. Please don't take my thumbs.
Are you sure you don't want me to take your thumbs?
I do need the thumbs to hold a drawing tablet.
No, you put the drawing tablet on the floor and put the stylus in your mouth.
Yeah, and then that's going to take me like 3 times longer to actually get done.
And
I have like 48 things in my coloring queue.
And?
Actually, no, I lie. 46. Plus like 9 uncolored sketches, including one that I got today. That I did not share with you. And I'm sorry.
Why didn't you share it?
I was busy working. Okay, I'll share with you right now.
Better.
I got turned into a Greninja.
Ooh, Greninja is good.
Greninja is good.
Very nice. I approve.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I got 2 other bits of coloring done today, so we got that one finally done, and we got this one also done.
Those are very good. You really are very good at coloring.
I'm trying to get better.
You are Gucci.
No, I'm Seda.
We'll turn you into a Gucci bag.
Petty! And I'll have to see you.
See you? Huh?
Sue you.
Oh. But why?
That goes against my contract.
Oh. Alright, then we won't do it.
Remember, we do have the inanimate clause in there.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. My bad. To the castle. I have no gold.
I'm sorry, I needed it for my horde.
Oh, are you Noodle Dirk?
Yeah, I need them donations. Because my horde is not gold. My horde is art.
I need more art.
I need more art.
You need more dart art.
I do need more dart art. And Wustine was very, very kind to give us 2 pieces of dart art today.
Yeah, I tried telling him to wait, but he already shared it with you.
I mean, I was in the stream and then I fell asleep in the stream.
Well, I wanted your live reaction to the second piece, the evil one.
You know what would have been that reaction? I love physics. You know, just with a little bit
Break
less.
up. Hold the line. This hamlet shall
Apologies.
not fall.
Scavenging _ mechanic raided my stream with 27 viewers.
Scavenging Mechanic! Thank you so much for that raid! How was your stream? And would you like a regular shout out, or would you like a random clip from your channel brought up? And welcome in everybody, I am Raw Zim. We do all sorts of things here on the channel. Make sure you hit that follow button and share the love with my friends, Scavenging Mechanic. But we do all sorts of things right now. We are doing Talisman. We also do a lot of tabletop games here. Pathfinder, World of Darkness, Exalted, and a
Peek in
Pokemon
on
Mystery.
Fruity and Mason doing their thing there. Alright, well, first, have of that.
Double the clip. That's
it says it's not activated.
Double the clip, double the fun.
Is it actually doing? Oh, I guess it's not actually doing double. But anyways, thank you so much for sharing your community with me, Scavenging. But we also have a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon tabletop campaign that happens on Saturdays. And again, thank you so much for sharing your community. A bug submission clip? Oh, that's what that was. You should probably clear that out. So how was your stream? Oh, yes. I need a Warlock quest. When you visit a stranger or encounter a denizen, put a fate token on this card. Ah. Cool. So this game, the AI keeps screwing me over, and we're about to lose the game. Everybody's about to lose it because of that. Even though I was doing really good this game. Not all of them, Scavenging. Just slowly go through them. And lucky for me, both AI are literally dead now. Though they do get to start a new character. Unfortunately. So you've been streaming for 10 years, Scavenging? I did not know that. Oh, the shaman's little art actually does change based on what form they're in. Neat.
You're neat.
Oh, thank you. But no. I know I've been streaming for about 6.5 years now myself. So, big respect. Alright. Who is this? Is it? Ah, it's a stranger. Yes, let's go encounter them. We'll remove it from here. Does that put a counter on that quest thing? Yes, yes it does. Cool. I need a talisman to get to the tower. And that's what I'm trying to do. Oh, jeez. Alright, Scavenging. Thank you for coming by. I hope you sleep great. Have a good night. Alright, time for Stream Raiders.
And I think, unfortunately, it is my time for bed.
Alright, Seda. Thank you so much for joining and hanging out with me. Chris Oz, can I get another shout out for the cutie?
I'm so tired, I wanted to take a screen grab. I ended up opening Task Manager. I know why my brain wanted to say tax. We don't pay taxes here in Bermuda.
Wait, really?
At least not a traditional income tax. It's like payroll tax and import duty, but like, yeah.
So you don't have to file taxes?
No. Government just says what we have to pay in like land tax, and like they send us a bill.
You know, I'm more tempted to move there now. Not legitimately, because I know you're trying to get out of there, but at the same time, holy crap, that would be so nice.
It's
Filing taxes
expensive.
True.
You know,
Don't think
we
I could
actually
afford it.
you know, in most metrics of like cost of living, we rank at the top.
Ah.
Like 100, like if you were to put like New York City at 100 for your scale, we are at 150.
Oh, perfect.
Let me out. Let me out.
Go ahead to sleep well. Thank you
Also,
for
I said-
coming and hanging out.
Oh no. This is gonna be the little rant that keeps me on for like another 5-10 minutes. No, Andorales, look it up. Like I'm actually googling this myself. Okay, that's the. Do they do it by countries? That's the cities. Do they do it by countries?
Wait, what is that thing? Why is there another beast? What the hell is this thing? Deimos, the twins. Embroiled in an eternal sibling rivalry, the twins roam around the regions in an attempt to gain favor with the gods, standing apart from each other's efforts until brought face to face with one another. When Deimos is revealed, Phobos is drawn from the deck as well. Then Deimos becomes frenzied. At the end of each round, Deimos moves 3 spaces clockwise, and if frenzied, an additional space. The twins alternate between calm and The twins alternate being calm and frenzied. If frenzied, their strength and craft values are doubled, and their effects do not take place. If either loses a life, it becomes frenzied and the other calm. If the twins are ever across the storm river from one another, they will exchange places, and whichever is frenzied will take a life from the other. Their temperament is then swapped. When characters in the same region as Deimos trade in trophies to gain strength, reduce the number of strength points needed by 1. If Phobos is killed, Deimos becomes permanently frenzied. If you defeat Deimos, take the Deimos' Wrath Beast reward. Ah. Okay.
Yeah, and Andorales dropped some like hard facts in the chat. I cry.
Family of 4 estimated monthly costs are almost $7,000 without rent. Okay, fair point. Well, get over here, Seda.
I'm working on it. Honestly, Abby and I have like at least lightly brought up the idea of moving in together. But I need to find work first.
That is a fair point.
But as I have now finished my tangent and I've sent you your work in progress, please fulfill any comments other than that big heart sticker that you sent. for things that you want me to keep an eye out for, etc., etc., etc.
Will do. I will give it a more thorough looking later.
Yeah, as I was coloring that at like 4 a.m., so yeah, things are gonna be super rough and stuff. But Zim, thank you for having me as always. Chat, thank you for being awesome and hanging around.
Yeah, you are all awesome.
You all know where to find me.
Yeah, we need another shout out for Seda.
Oh, could this one be a clip this time?
Absolutely.
Let's see what cursed clip we get today. I mean, they've been pretty good so far, but I feel like our luck rest may be running out.
They might be.
It's telling me to harvest. I'm not gonna harvest, but I'm gonna lick it.
Good to know, even as a dragon, you lick things.
I'm a geologist.
And this is the kind of content you...
Sorry, that last little line. Carry on with what you were gonna say.
And this is the kind of content you can expect from me. And I mean, hey, I am technically a geologist. We had geology in my environmental science course. I did have to study rocks.
Seda, you are wonderful.
No, you. All of you are more wonderful. Because you put up with my nonsense.
It is delightful nonsense.
Did I eat the rocks? No. None of it was rock candy.
Why am I not getting teleported and completing the quest? Do I already have something that counts as a talisman? I don't think so.
Oh, Slitherite, final comment. Yeah, no, that's absolutely intentional. And the other artifacts are called Mercer of Spheres. And there's 151 of them. I will go to sleep now for fear that the next clip will actually be cursed.
Ooh, another clip! Let's see it! That was close enough to permission, right?
I guess. I mean, you know, whenever I enter, like, whenever I raid,
watch out, Hot Tub Streams. Like, there's a werewolf coming.
The clip's gonna be always by default because I'm curious. It's like a box of chocolate. We're not quite sure what we're gonna get. Oh god, that one just missed the. Oh wait. No, and so the Mercer Sphere is a Matt Mercer reference, but the fact that there's 151 of them is a Pokemon reference. But oh god, yeah, no, that clip was cursed. That clip was cursed. And I still, I have promised my Twitch chat a hot tub stream.
Oh.
There are 3 things that I have promised my chat that I have not delivered. The first one is out of my control, unfortunately. We did fundraise all the alert animations, but the raid one's not done yet. Happens. But I have promised my Twitch chat Deer Week and a VR chat hot tub stream.
Well, let me know when that's gonna happen, because I'd love to join.
Plan it out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they also, yeah, I found the clip.
Which one?
The one that was just played, but it was super short.
Oh. The Seda soup stream? I approve. Seda noodle soup.
It's in the works.
What is?
Avi and I may be getting something from Shy with one of their latest concoctions.
Ah. Very nice.
Yeah, we saw the the cup noodles and potion broth.
Oh, that one.
Yep. And also, I see probably the better clip to show off what kind of content you could expect from my streams.
I can bring it up manually if you like. Shenderlink.
I'm sending a link on Telegram. Or not Telegram, Discord. I can English. Dart.
Well, while you're waiting, you all can see this again.
It's so good!
Oh no.
The art's so good. Oh yes.
And yes, I love this art. It came out great.
Again. I'm gonna do a live update here.
Well, that is Seda, everybody.
Again.
Now, you need to go to sleep, and as much as I love hanging out with you, I don't want you to stay up if you need to sleep.
Yeah, I need to slowly fix my sleep schedule.
Nah.
And yeah, it's now because we're gonna do it for a 3rd year now, but pre advertising in like 3 months time, give or change, 3 months in a week's time, like next birthday stream, the current city I'm working on, we're gonna blow up again. Yeah, it's just like this destroy the city, I guess, like tradition now. Build a city, or destroy the city. And then we get moments like that. And then spend the last 2 hours meticulously launching meteorites at any remaining house. I crave violence.
I mean, violence is fun.
And no, evolution, I disagree with that. I am not good noodle. I've destroyed cities. I am worse noodle.
Good.
No, don't agree with
boy.
chat. Don't agree with chat, Zim.
But you are a good boy.
No, I am not. I am the worst. I'm literally the worst.
You are a good boy and great friend.
I am the one that put the thoughts of being dead back into Jet's head.
You are a good boy.
No! Don't agree with chat!
You're not going to earn that evil character tag. I'm sorry. You're too good for that.
Have you seen what I've done?
And?
Did you see what I did for Christmas?
What do you mean?
I need to see it now. It's for my Hitman stream.
Well, I'll have to take a look later.
Yeah, I'm trying to actually find it now.
Yes, Seda is a very good boy. He's a good boy and a great friend. Alright, into the Dragon Tower!
Okay, Future Seda needs to highlight the Christmas stream. Future Seda did not highlight the Christmas stream.
Well, why not?
You got entered yet.
Oh, I lost Stinker. The dragon stole my skunk.
But yeah, I unfortunately only have the clips of where I blow myself up. These are things that only make sense in Hitman.
Where you blow yourself up?
Yeah, I attracted way too many guards. And I tried to get rid of the evidence, and I was standing too close.
Oh, I've seen that clip. You're still a good boy. You're not going to get away from it. I'm sorry.
But did you see the clip of me punching, a guard for interrupting my recording?
I did not.
Don't pull it up on stream because you already put up way too many clips tonight.
So in other words, everybody go check out Seda's stream and enjoy his clips. Oh, it's just gotta go back there? Oh, fuck. I thought I had a little bit longer. I literally cannot win. I don't have enough time. Well, I will make it as far as I can. Put that there. That can go there. Why can't I put this thing to sleep?
Okay. I just had to look at that clip again. Good night, chat. You're all wonderful. And all heck
Good night.
Okay, I'm not very good at goodbyes.
Go. Go.
Good night, chat. Boop. And you're all cute.
Oh, it's a good thing I went with those weighted dice. That would have been bad. I don't think I'm going to be playing with the ancient beasts again. At least not when AI are involved. No! No cannon! Be a good Bree. No cannon. Okay, what the heck does this? Because that guy's got one, and yet it's not triggering. Oh, they've got... Okay, we still were able to auto-kill. Well, we're gonna lose. It's gonna be game over. Because it's gonna move into the chasm. Maybe we'll get lucky and there will be a wind-up time. I don't know. I guess we'll have to find out. Yeah, I doubt it. And yet I did so well this game. That thing's dead. Ah, damn, Rob. All characters lose. I count this as winning. If I had AI that weren't just screwing me over, we could have won. Oh, I still get experience for this? So close, and yet so far. So, I know we still have... I thought it was only online games, Rob. I didn't know it was offline, too. That's good to know. Let's go ahead and run Stream Raiders. We'll just start the battle early. And start the battle! I still thought it was only online play. Well, yes, Evolution. What else do you expect? I almost started another battle. But everyone, thank you all so very much for joining me today for Talisman. You guys are awesome. I could not do these streams without you all. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, and more. There on the website, as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, donators, and subscribers. It is because of your support that we're able to continue bringing these streams to you all. Yeah, Meathy, I am ending. I'm sorry. But thank you all so much for joining. Do consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel. Though you can also do so by picking up packs of cards through Stream Loots, and by simply sharing the channel around. But for now, thank you so much for joining, and I bid you all the most fondest adieu. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day, night, evening, etc.